Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. I am Hannah Macbeth, joined in studio this week by five-time PDGA World Champion Juliana Korver. Juliana, you have tons of history here at Winthrop, and I'm so thankful for your insight. So thank you in advance for joining us this week. We've opened every show with highlights of Paige Pierce, another five-time world champ. But unfortunately, after yesterday, facing a bit more adversity than we're used to seeing from her.
Paige, the best FPO player of all time, has found herself in a position that she's not used to. Yesterday, she found 14 OB strokes. She pushed her line, was not on point yesterday. She, as you can see here on hole one, she first pulled it to the right, she then pulled it to the left. She was never able to get the control that she is used to having on this course. She continued to remain aggressive, but this is a course where it's really hard to push. When you push at this course, it pushes back, and she just couldn't get it together. She dropped way down the leaderboard, and unfortunately, she's not the player we're looking at today.
And there was so many tests for her and her skills. Circle 2 putts, putting from circle 1. With OB behind, OB further away, elevation changes, forehands, backhands. Winthrop is a very specifically designed course. And one thing I noticed for Pierce, she just couldn't keep any aspect of her game together enough to rely on. I think in years past when we've seen her struggle, she's been able to always tune in on that putting stride. She's so good from everywhere. And yesterday, just continuing to come up short time and time again. This isn't a course where you can just choose to get better all of a sudden. There's not one aspect of your game you can reel it in and just focus on. You're not throwing the same shot over and over.
There's no place on this course where you can take a breath, relax, and just do something without pressure of that added penalty stroke or slipping down the fairway with a sloping green or a sloping fairway. There's just so many things that you need to keep in mind. It's a very mentally fatiguing round.
Paige went from leading in every stat to trailing in every stat. 71% on the circle, 66% circle 1, 71% in the fairway rather. Horrible scramble rate. Paige Pierce just really proving to be going through quite a bit more adversity than we're used to seeing from her. And we saw that yesterday, Juliana. Great, previous rounds, 0 OBs for her, and then just opening with surrendering the lead right there on hole number 1. We saw glimpses of what she's capable of on hole number 6 when she grabbed that birdie, but from there she wasn't able to build on anything. We've seen champions crowned and history made on this very property, and though they're just getting their careers in the pro ranks started, some of the women on our chase and lead card could make their own history here at Winthrop. Macy Vela-Diaz representing Tennessee. Macy looking to take down her first Elite Series win. She made headlines earlier this summer at the Dynamic Discs Open when she threw in for eagle on hole 17 over at the Country Club. She says her strengths in her disc golf game are just going all in on every shot, and well, that might come into play on the back nine. I'm not sure it's going to work on the front nine. Just going to have to reel it in a bit.
Macy Vela-Diaz.
That's a mistake that we've seen over the last few days, throwing too high off of the tee of 1.
2021 Waco Charity Open. From Rancho Cucamonga, California, please welcome Kona Panis.
Nice control there off the tee for Kona.
2021 Resistance Open and the 2021 Carolina Clash. From Shelby, North Carolina, please welcome Deanne Carey.
We saw a great performance from Deanne yesterday. Juliana particularly impressed with her control both on the fairway and her putting stride to complement that control.
The 2020 PDGA Rookie of the Year. From Rosebud, Arkansas, please welcome Kat Murch.
Looks like Kat Murch maybe before the Mando.
Where'd he go?
We'll have to. Yep, so she's going to re-tee. She has missed the Mando. Great correction there. Great resiliency. No problems for Kat Murch. We have Nate Perkins on the ground with us. We're going to get an update from him. Nate, what are our conditions so far this morning, round 4?
Good morning and welcome back to the Disc Golf Network. I'm Nate Perkins and I'm happy to be your eyes on the course for this championship Saturday. Looks like we have the best weather of all 4 days. It's the first time that we've actually seen blue skies since the practice days. We've got the same consistent wind out of the northeast, which we've seen become a factor on the difficult back 9. Missy Gannon finds herself atop the leaderboard after 3 rounds. Her consistent hyzer flip to flat release has shown us all year that it can get it done for her. She leads the field in fairway hits. Haley King and Valerie Mandujano are right on her heels. Haley has been the most aggressive player in the field. She's 11th in OB rate, but she's first in Circle 2 putts. Missy and Haley have both shown that they've got it done this year with Elite Series wins. I'm curious to see how Valerie handles the pressure because this would certainly be the biggest win of her career. And since taking a 10 on hole 5 during round 1, Owen leads the field with only 5 overstrokes. She's definitely in the game, only 2 back. Hannah, Juliana, look forward to the action today. Take it away.
Thank you, Nate, and thank you all for joining us today for Championship Saturday. That was Macy Vela-Diaz with her drive on 1. And here's Kat Murch just making light of hole 1 after her mistake off the tee. Deanne Carey coming into that contact with that log. Juliana, how far about how far is that from the basket?
Somewhere between 50 and 60 feet.
No problems there for Deanne. Bit of a run, but high enough that it'll settle nicely. No rollaways so far on hole number 1. Nice approach from Kona. Finding comfortability in an uncomfortable situation. Kona, of course, taking down the Waco Charity Open earlier this year. But starting off the year making headlines for taking down the doubles championships held by the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It's a fun warm-up and precursor to the tour. proving she certainly has what it takes. I like that commitment there from Macy. That was a birdie putt just from, I'd say, the edge of circle one.
Nicely Kona with her first putt in the basket.
Deanne Carey in for par as well. And the best drive of the group, Macy Villadiaz be putting for par as well. Fortunately, Macy was in fact putting for bogey. This will be for double bogey here. Sarah Holcomb on hole 2. This is her birdie attempt. Great putting from Sarah Holcomb. She's so killer right from that distance. Her putt just works flawlessly from there. Heather Young in as well. We saw this yesterday, Juliana. Such good putting on the front nine. I think Terry Miller asked Paige Pierce in her interview after round 2, did she notice a difference mentally between the front nine and back nine? She said she wasn't really over analyzing things, but you and I love to do that. What I've noticed in the front nine is as competitors are making their way, the galleries and the cameras are behind them. Once you get out to around hole 10, the spectators are moved to in front of you. So you're throwing to the galleries and everything elongates. So it's just a sort of different challenges. This front nine is of course very technical, but a little bit shorter. So players who can demonstrate control with slower discs like putters and mids, as we're seeing Katrina put on a clinic while I'm talking. Thank you, Katrina. Great shot on hole number 3.
That's an interesting point about the gallery.
Yeah.
And another thing about these first holes, at least 1 and 3, they're extremely gettable. And I think everybody standing on the tee is expecting that they will, in fact, put it under the basket. But it rarely happens, especially on hole 1. And I think that's often because of the extra nerves that you feel standing on the tee of 1 when they announce your names, and again the historic significance of this location, and it just gets a little bit into your system, and you can't quite throw the way that you would during a practice round. And I think that you work through that by the time you get to the back nine. You're a little bit more calmed down, but then you have much more difficult holes in front of you.
I think the tee shot on hole 2 and the approach as well, you've got to keep them in bounds and be in control at all times, but you're able to unleash a little bit more, so you sort of get the nerves out. So we see some great drives from our leaders. Here's Macy.
Very good control of height right there.
And a great recovery from hole number 1. Macy did go on to card the double bogey.
Hole 2 is a 534-foot par 4. The first part of the fairway does slope up, and they have to make it underneath that ceiling of limbs.
We've got tons more professional disc golf to show you as we start our round 4 with our chase card. Our lead card will be back with just a bit of a word from our sponsors.
walk up to the tee, I have these game plans. I know where I want to land. I know the distance to the basket from those positions. I think I'm going to land in these same areas every single time, but you never know. I know how far I am. I know the height now. Having the Bushnell rangefinder, no matter where I land, gives me that extra level of confidence.
At Earth Fare, we don't carry any food that's bad for you. So you could shop here blindfolded, knowing that everything is 100% clean and good for you. In fact, we carefully select everything in the store as if your life depends on it. Because it does.
Me and my brother and my dad were out there for hours just playing disc golf, having fun.
That's like one of the first things we usually say. It's a great family sport.
We got to do it as a family.
And it builds relationship. Like, I know my dad so much better because of disc golf.
It's nice that that's something that we can connect and go do together.
My parents are 100% behind it. Bad rounds, good rounds, doesn't matter. They always have a smile on their face.
We don't call it sacrifice. We call it fun.
Get out there and have fun. At the end of the day, most important is have fun.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, the action is heating up, and earlier today, things got a little spicy out on hole 1. This is Madison Walker representing Florida. Her drive. We saw some of our chase card come up short. Madison not having any issues and nearly coming into the basket. Oh my word, that is a good feeling. No rollaways, so yeah, great feeling for Madison. Really well done. That's always, I think, I mean, when your name is called on hole 1, Juliana, you have experience with this, and to be able to do something like that is just so joy-bringing.
You know, no matter how many times you play a big event and you stand on that first tee and they announce your name, you would think that you would eventually get used to it, but it just doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, Missy Gannon showing that she was all too comfortable this year. This is her taking down her first Elite Series win in Des Moines, Iowa, at the Des Moines Challenge, and it didn't come without a fight. Missy Gannon, of course, being challenged by Jessica Weiss from another card even, and oh my gosh, just great disc golf all around. Gave up a few opportunities for birdie, missing a few key putts here and there to finish it off. But here we are on hole 18. Jessica Weiss under the basket. Missy Gannon in for birdie and the win. Her first Elite Series win on tour, and gotta feel really amazing. So Missy has what it takes, but so do her card mates. Haley King taking down a couple NTs this year, 3 to be exact. Valerie Mandujano, a seasoned winner in the amateur ranks, and this is her first year on tour. And then Owen Scoggins taking down the FP40 Worlds earlier this year. And Missy Gannon showing since 2020, her first true year on tour, that she has what it takes and is only improving. I mean, moving up 6 PDGA ratings points is no joke. I mean, 949 to 955. There are so many skills that need to be learned and then made consistent in order to do that. So that's not to be understated. She's currently 3rd in Disc Golf Pro Tour points behind Katrina Allen and Paige Pierce. Missy Gannon representing Beacon, New York. Nearly perfect on hole 1.
Just ever so slightly on the right-hand side of the fairway, but she did end up in front of that log, so she may have a little bit better putt at it than she has in the last couple of days.
It is Haley King's 20th birthday today. Haley King currently 1 under for the round, sitting tied for second with Valerie Mandujano. It's short, great ankle control regardless.
From Universal City, Texas, please welcome Valerie Mandujano.
Valerie has certainly shown off all of her skills on the front 9. It's really the back 9 that's been giving her the most trouble. Great control. Valerie Mandujano, perfect line and height, just coming up inches short of the basket.
From Los Angeles, California, please welcome Owen Scoggins.
Similar line for Owen as Haley. Here's Cat Merch on hole 2. Oh, wow. Oh, just coming out. Come on, basket. Quite the roller coaster of emotions to contend with for Cat Merch. That was absolutely incredible and well done. She would go on to make par on hole number 2, but nearly in for her birdie all the way back from the fairway. Having a conversation with her disc, Cat Merch, starting off a little rough with that double bogey, but really finding a roller coaster of emotions early as she nearly throws it in on hole 2.
Hole 1 requires so much precision off of the tee. It has both a right and a left mandatory as well as a ceiling and a floor, so players are really forced to throw a very specific shot.
Nicely done there from Owen Scoggins, getting hung up in the rough on the left and just able to pitch out. Making light work of hole number 1. Missy Gannon with a bit of a look to be putting for birdie from circle 2. Good power for Gannon, gets it up into the circle. Have a look for par from there.
Didn't look like she was actually going for that one. Looked like she was laying that one up. I like that run. It's right on line, a little low.
Nice putt from Missy Gannon. She'll be in for par, and first putt of the day is always nice when it's a make. And Scoggins in for par as well, and it's just a good old-fashioned par party here for the lead card on hole number 1. No strokes gained and no strokes given away so far. 17 to play. Saw Katrina Allen's drive moments ago, and here's Kona Panis with a similar line. And isn't that spectacular, Juliana? We saw her with the same line yesterday. It trickled further away from the basket. That was absolutely perfect from Panis.
Wonderful control on the height of that disc.
And here's Heather Young with her birdie on 4. Heather Young cleaning up her hole 1. She's got 2 birdies in the last 3. 100% in the circle, as always, for Heather Young. And so many new names inside the top 10. If we held this tournament just a year ago, there would be so many of these elite competitors that weren't even in the pro ranks yet. Valerie Mandujano taking to the open division this year. Heather Young, Macy Veladiaz, both from Tennessee, taking to the open divisions in the last couple years. Haley King and Missy discovering the sport just 3, maybe 3.5 years ago. So it's great to see all this young pro talent, but these women have certainly spent lots of time off the course dedicated to their craft and perfecting it.
This is Missy's drive on hole 2. Hole 2 is a 534-foot par 4. First shot plays through these beautiful mature trees. The land slopes very slightly upward. The trick is to just get underneath those limbs at the very end of the opening. Anything out here, especially that far, is, wow, that was extremely, she is at the edge of the parking lot with that shot. I wouldn't have guessed that a woman could get that far. That is a very long drive with a low ceiling. Valerie's going to have an open shot, which is good, but she is so far back that it's going to be very hard for her to be able to attack for a birdie.
And Scoggins putting lots of angle on that right away. Great control. We've got to see that drive from Haley King. When Juliana Korver says she's shocked by a drive, we've got to replay it, and here it is.
She uses all of the height that she can. She just gets underneath those trees, and it slides way up to that one protecting tree at the edge of the parking lot. That is amazing.
Yeah, that movement is incredible, and it's something to take into consideration. We know, and we checked in with Nate earlier, the conditions out here on the course are damp, but the sun is shining once again. This could potentially be the best weather our group has experienced all week. But the next shot is not easy here on hole number 2.
Well, it might be for Haley.
With the exception of hailstorm.
So the second shot, if you are on the right side of the fairway, you will take the route that you can see, most likely take the route that you can see right now, maybe with a hyzer flip shot that flips up. You need to make sure that you control any potential left skip, because the parking lot on the left is OB. Actually, the string for the OB line is a couple feet inside of those curbs. So you can still be on the grass and get a penalty stroke on this hole.
Nice positioning there for Valerie. She does come in close on that curb, so we'll see if she finds herself in bounds. Katrina Allen ahead on hole number 5. Two-time PDGA Pro Disc Golf Champion and FPO as of this year. Showing us why. That was great distance and great control there on 5.
Missy in the more typical landing zone for a good shot out of that gap on hole number 2. Exactly what you want. Looks like Owen might be pulling it out over the parking lot.
This is a tricky shot. It is a gravel parking lot, so there's a lot more that can interrupt the flow of her disc. Just gets down on that nose angle and doesn't give it a chance. And Owen with an uncharacteristic mistake. Different angle of Missy Gannon's great shot. This is her second shot. Her disc flips up nicely and she trusts the carry on the green towards the basket.
The OB was never in play on that shot. That was beautifully done.
Missy Gannon, speaking of the potential of a win, she said it would feel like a major win given the circumstances. This is quite the stage that the championship has set.
Haley is approximately 190 feet to the pin. She's basically taking that entire OB out of play. She does have to swing it out over OB and bring it back in, but she has no obstacles in her way.
Haley comes out early, finding herself in a great position, but probably a position she didn't necessarily practice or prepare for. Seeing as her disc did continue to go further up the fairway, that's a lot of nerves there for Haley this early on, and disappointing.
She's still going to have a putt at it, but I'm sure she is, as you said, disappointed in the fact that she didn't lay it underneath the basket.
I like Haley's game. Choosing the sidearm approach there carries the disc away from the basket at all times. Owen is choosing the backhand, and the disc, as we see now, is going to finish towards the OB. So really brave of Owen and well executed. Different game plays here. Saw Owen Scoggins on round 1 card the unfortunate 10 on hole number 5, and here she is now competing on the lead card. She really shows what resilience and
a good attitude.
A good attitude, thank you, can do for you here at Winthrop. Valerie is in bounds, but she's just going to take some relief from that OB line. Good control there for Mandahano. Over on hole 4, we have Kona Panis with her second shot. It's a beautiful drive, great location, and powerful sidearm. Just needs to swing and Wow, back-to-back excellent holes for Kona Payne. She'll be putting for birdie again from inside the circle, coming off of that birdie on 3.
Bit of a missed opportunity for Haley with her drive being so far down the fairway. I think she probably expected to be able to get a birdie off of that.
Yeah, and this is just a good example of Winthrop and how challenging these holes can be. There really is no comfort zone out there, as you said in our opening. Just because Haley was the furthest down the fairway didn't take away from the fact that she still has to approach the basket, which is surrounded by OB. It's a great par putt for Valerie Mondahano. And here's Missy Gannon for birdie. With that, Missy Gannon will move to 3 under par, taking another stroke on the field. Haley King had a great opportunity there. Just came up short on her approach. And here's Kat Murch on hole number 4 with her second shot. We saw Kona's. Keeping it low and fighting through those limbs.
Those cypress trees are not as daunting as they used to be.
Kat Murch would go on to earn a birdie on hole number 4 and making her putt, staying 100% in the circle, heading into hole 5. And Kona had a great drive, and we saw her approach. Here's where she ended up, and this is her birdie attempt. Just left. Not the most devastating mistake we've seen. Women can certainly blow past the basket on some of these putt attempts. But Juliana, what is the trouble with hole number 3?
Hole number 3 is a 389-foot par 3. There are 37 feet of elevation loss. This is a really fun shot. At least in practice, this is really fun. It's one that you want to throw a lot of shots at. You have about 100 feet less distance. Well, it plays as if it were 100 feet less in distance, so it plays about 280 feet. Typically there is a nice little breeze coming up through the gap, which kind of makes you second guess what disc you should be throwing off of this elevated tee. There is a hazard line along the entire left side of the basket. It actually comes in closer to the fairway, making the fairway tighter until you get to circle 1, and then it goes around approximately at the distance of circle 1. New this year, the hazard line extends in the right-hand side along the edge of the foliage.
Missy Gannon hugging that right side all the way down. Fortunately, her disc doesn't work its way back over to the basket.
She's going to have some small trees between her and the basket. Probably not going to have much of an attempt at a birdie, but she should still be able to get a fairly easy par. That's pretty high. Worried about that going left into the hazard. Oh, she hit. There is an overhanging branch that looks like it should come into play when you're down on the green, but actually doesn't when you're up on the tee, and in rare exception here, we had one, because most players will be throwing underneath that. If they don't throw underneath that, there's a high probability that for a righty backhand throw, it will fade off into the hazard on the left.
Valerie also favoring the right side of the fairway. Not coming back in time. You know, in years past, it's a great drive from Owen Scoggins, correcting on her card mate's mistakes, and her disc will trickle back into the green. Juliana, you've said historically this hole does have a headwind. I don't see any movement in the surrounding trees.
One of the differences between Owen's strategy is Owen usually throws faster discs. She doesn't have quite as much arm speed as some of the other players. So she definitely went to the right-hand side on purpose, knowing that her disc is going to come back, whereas I believe Valerie and Missy actually missed their line a bit. They wanted to be on the edge of the right side, but they didn't want to be as far right because they are throwing slower discs that aren't going to hyzer back as much.
And the beautiful fairway of hole 3, as you and the audience can get a little bit of a taste of what our top competitors are up against this week. That low-hanging branch comes into frame. Helpful, to say the least, for Haley King, but not often taken advantage of.
Right, that branch comes right over the fairway where that pinch point is, right before it starts getting a little bit wider to follow around the circle. Missy has a little bit trickier shot than I was anticipating.
Good line there for Missy. Just comes up into contact with one of those many branches that she found herself in contention with.
It's a very awkward stance. Just throwing the behind the back shot is slightly unusual to begin with, but to have your knee up while you're kneeling down, it feels like it potentially comes into play with your elbow as you pull it across.
Haley King with an opportunity for birdie. It looked more like a layup to me. Haley King's sister on her bag this week. She's talked about the importance of family, so I know it's meaningful to her, especially for her birthday, to have her older sister Cassidy on her bag. This is Missy again in for par from circle 2. Big run from Missy Gannon. Her strength is putting. We have seen her success with putting throughout the event so far. A big miss from Gannon. Better now to be putting away from the hazard, but still putting for bogey from circle's edge.
If anybody is comfortable putting from circle's edge, it's Missy.
Great recovery. Scoggins putting for her birdie. Bringing her score for the day back to even, and her score for the event back to even as well. Haley King in for par. Valerie will clean up her par putt, and our lead card makes their way over to hole number 4. Missy Gannon giving a stroke back to the field. She came close on her par attempt, but luckily she can rely on that power in her putt. Brings herself into the basket for bogey. Not much harm done. But Haley King, Valerie Mendijano, and Own sitting close behind. And you know as well as anyone, Juliana, you've competed here several times. That could be one hole.
Oh,
one
easily.
hole can make all the difference. And we've seen that even just this event. Here's Sarah Holcomb on hole number 5, going over the water. She said she's been preparing and practicing that shot, and that plays right into her game plan. She loves going over the water on her 3rd. This is a par 5, so here's her birdie attempt. And she is in. Sarah Holcomb in the basket for birdie from 49 feet. She's 2 down for the round and has 2 circle 2 putts. We saw her earlier putt on hole number 2. Great showing from Holcomb so far, and what a day to do it. Own opting for the backhand there, and a little too high.
This is hole 4. It is a 381-foot par 4. The first shot plays through this tunnel. The land slopes slightly upward from tee to landing zone.
Haley King is far down the fairway, but she's really cut off her second approach shot.
She's too far down the fairway.
Another great drive from Mendijano on hole number 4. Perfect positioning again, 2nd round in a row.
That was exceptional. There is an aggressive line. So Valerie actually did throw the aggressive line there, which doesn't take maximum distance. It takes control over the curve of that disc from left to right, so that you are not too long behind the line of trees like Haley, but you are also in a position that you can have a more straight approach to the opening of the cypress trees that ring the basket.
We're going to see that again. Valerie Mendijano here on hole 4, putting herself in perfect position. Really, really appreciate that height and angle control from Mendijano. And there are some hot scores coming in, but Most notable of them is Natalie Ryan, representing Richmond, Virginia. 4 down and plenty of birdies for Natalie today. Natalie finding most of her success on the fairway at 88% with a 100% scramble rate. So that's nice and complimentary. Natalie having some putting struggles on hole number 4, 3 putting in the circle, but other than that, been excellent. And heading into the back half of the course, it's great confidence. And Owen with her second shot travels a little too far, though she does have a better look at it, at the green that is. We saw Holcomb with her big birdie putt on 5. Here she is on the tee of 6 with a backhand, something she's been working on this season. Will it be far enough?
A little tight on that line.
Inbounds, and she'll be putting again from circle's edge, if not circle 2. And that hole really plays into Holcomb's, I would say her weakness in her game would just be that backhand control. So that would certainly be a bonus birdie for her. Missy Gannon with a powerful forehand. Not a lot of movement there.
A little wider than she wanted. Didn't get the skip that she wanted, but she can see the basket. Will be an easy par for her.
Speak highly of these elite competitor mental games. Missy Gannon, of course, saying the most growth she's seen in herself as a player is when she has less expectations and thoughts and feelings ahead of time are just focused on what she knows she can do instead of what she feels she has to do because of what people's opinions of her are as she gets more exposure in the media through press and competing on lead cards, maybe taking down some Elite Series wins. She just says when she plays her best game when she ignores the pressure, just staying patient.
That is so true, but it's so much harder to do.
Much easier said than done.
Yes, exactly. I'm getting a little nervous watching Haley line this up through this line of trees.
She comes out on the other side. That was powerful enough. I would say par look from there for
Absolutely.
sure for Kang.
Yes, yes.
Valerie Mondahano, after a great drive, is in prime position to hunt a birdie on hole 4. It's well done from Mondahano.
She skipped far enough into that green that she will have a putt that is on the same level as the green instead of putting downwards towards the green with the land sloping away behind her.
Mondahano, of course, a 2014, 2015, and 2016 junior world champion. She said learning how to win early pushed her and made her competitive. It gave her a taste of what it takes to win, what it feels like to win, which is really important. Never underestimate the pressure that comes with beginning the final round in the lead.
And never underestimate the power of believing that you can win. It's a little too tight. I think it filtered in front enough that she's got a circle one putt at it, though it's longer than she would have liked.
A different technique for Haley. Normally a forehand approach player, and putting the angle on it was perfectly executed, but just needed more power. Missy Gannon getting up into the circle for her par.
I think that's a good example of Missy displaying patience, not going for something when she knows she doesn't need it right now.
You said it earlier, Juliana, when you push, Winthrop pushes back, and Missy Gannon saw no need to push there. Owen Scoggins in for par from circle's edge. Great putt from Owen.
Good power. You can't tell that that is fairly significantly downhill. So she had taken her legs out of it because she had to straddle, and then she's throwing approximately 30 feet uphill. Well, not 30 feet uphill, but 30 feet distance, and as well as the uphill component. So that was good power by Owen.
And a key putt as well for Haley King in for par from circle's edge.
Similarly, Haley, her putt had a downhill component that you can't tell by looking at the videos. So though it doesn't take more power, it takes more confidence and make sure that you get your line right so that you don't then fall down the hill behind the basket.
We've seen Valerie opt for the straddle, and the struggle has been the height. Just off her line a bit there. That was for birdie for Valerie, so this will be for par. Haley and Valerie maintaining a clean scorecard, but not making any moves on the leader. Missy Gannon in for par and maintaining a one-stroke lead on the field. You saw a beautiful drive from Sarah Holcomb, a little shorter than she anticipated, but here's her birdie attempt. Good run there from Sarah. She would go on to make that par putt. Another clean scorecard. 2 birdies on the day for Holcomb. She's finding most of her success in the circle. 100% in the circle today, and 2 circle 2 putts. She's moved up 2 spots so far. Solo 6th. And the weather here at Winthrop is just perfect. These conditions are ready. These conditions are so good. The course is just ready for the taking, it seems. Konopanis hanging one out right on the fairway of hole number 6.
That is picture perfect. You want to throw something that is overstable, that clears the trees on the left, and then gets a skip towards the sand.
There's Holcomb on hole number 7, triple Mando. That looks great. Needs to just work forward, and it does. And that is, again, right in her wheelhouse. Sarah Holcomb is so good from circle 2 or the edge of circle 1. She just has that perfect loft putt that she can go all in on something and not have to worry about the consequence of missing, especially on a putt like this. Hole 7's green is very guarded by OB, and there's been rollaways, there's been basket hits, skips into the OB, and Holcomb can have a full go at it without really having to worry about where she'll end up if she misses.
Exactly.
Deanne Carey with her drive on hole number 6. It's good correction there from yesterday.
Yesterday she held it out too wide and it never got the skip back in and she stayed out of bounds. And today, right under the pin.
The birdie opportunities are there as we see Natalie Ryan continuing to build on her hot score. She'll go on to birdie hole number 7. Sarah Holcomb and Maria Oliva right behind at 2 under par. You know, Juliana, this was the half of the course I thought there would be more birdies on for our lead card, but so far Missy Gannon and Owen are the only 2 with birdies. Missy earlier on hole number 2, Owen on hole number 3. Haley and Valerie not really taking advantage of the shorter holes on the course so far. And I have to imagine something about the pressure of the final round at Winthrop has something to do with that.
I suspect you are correct. Perhaps after the second round, our lead card of women didn't expect to be in a position where they were fighting for the win, and now they are.
Haley has lots of winning experience here on tour this year, taking down 3 NTs, learning how to set the pace or match the pace of a competitor, play within her own game regardless of the circumstances. Valerie Mandujano undergoing that test today for the first time in the pro scene.
That's pretty short, coming up just shy of that little culvert there, but if you are, this is a par 5, so there's a lot of room to make up that distance.
Missy Gannon playing conservatively on hole 5. We saw a beautiful drive from Holcomb on 7, nice and controlled. And here she is for her birdie attempt. Not as high as we're used to seeing from Sarah. Kona Panis with her birdie attempt after her drive on 6. Left again. She's opted for the straddle there, so a bit different than what we've seen. She's normally gone for a stagger stance, but
she's on a downhill slope right there, and so it's pretty hard for her to stagger with her back foot higher, significantly higher than her front foot.
And we are 5 holes in. Our lead card is 5 holes into the championship, and Katrina Allen and Paige Pierce continuing to not be present on in the top 10. Katrina having a 1 under round so far for the day. She's currently through 7 holes. Paige Pierce back to even.
That's a nice looking shot.
Again, very safe. This is a par 5. Missy still needs to get somewhere on the other side of things, whether she chooses to go on the water or, from what I would suspect, she'll go around.
From that placement, I really don't think she's attempting to go over the water or even thinking about laying up to the water. I think she's going to go around the outside, taking the water out of play.
It is it's a healthy fairway, hole 5, but not a lot of room for movement. And that is the trouble there on hole 5. Valerie Mandujano coming into the OB on the left.
We've seen Valerie play this the previous days where she throws her drive and then her second shot, she even discs down and attempts to put it right on the edge of the shore so that she can go over on her third shot.
Yeah, very high. Wanted to play a little safer and allow the disc to finish towards the water. Unfortunately, it finishes in it.
Well, her drive was much shorter than she's been driving before on this hole, and I think that she perhaps should have changed her game plan and should have angled out to the right to go around the outside instead of trying to lay up to her landing zone of choice that then she goes over from.
And Scoggins with a great drive. On Scoggins may be feeling she's gone a little bit too low. She just makes that remark to her caddy. I guess she wanted to be on the right-hand side of the fairway because she looks like she is opting to go around things.
Haley with a huge drive, but being on the upper side of the fairway, the right-hand side of the fairway, it really takes the over-the-water option out of play for her. She turned that over and has found the OB. This is somewhat surprising. She needed to put, well, she is a long way back from the corner, and the corner has a grouping of trees that is actually bigger than it looks, so you need to get around that. You don't want to fall inside of that and have that be an obstacle between you and the basket. But the road should not really be even in consideration on this shot. She just really turned that over, flipped it over, went to the right, out of bounds.
Looked like after the replay, she came into contact with some of the branches on the right, and it redirected the momentum of her disc. Tried to fight out of it, but unfortunately, as you said, that road came into play and never let it come back in. Missy Gannon in good position. Looking to make her third shot. You see the basket on the left-hand side of the screen. Missy opting to play this hole very safely. So far, she has been successful. Should be on the fairway after 3.
Yeah, it's fine.
And Valerie with a punishing mistake. We see the water carry. She'll have to, we see the water she'll attempt to carry over for what will be her third shot, but adding a penalty, it'll make it her 4th.
This is similar to the location that she's gone over in the last couple of days, so this is not a shot that is new to her.
Great angle on that disc. Carry and finish towards the basket. Perfectly executed for Mandujano. And that was a perfect, it's good to consider, and that was a perfect example of the gallery is currently behind her. And Mandahano, though she does have experience competing at elite level events, really was only in the amateur division. So now she's on camera, and there's lots of cameramen and women with doing photography and wanting to take in all the action. She's got to balance all of that expectation from them, as well as now she has fans following her, and plenty of them are in attendance for Championship Saturday. They're behind her right now. In the coming holes, they'll be moving in front of her. So she'll be forced to make shots like that, carrying over OB for long periods of time, staring directly at all of the people who are in attendance watching her. And that can change things. I think that's one of the hardest parts about the back nine of this course.
All of the women on the lead card have great composure, but you never know what's going on inside of their minds.
Great ground play there from Owen. Catching back up with Kona Panis. Kona currently moving up one spot. Here's her drive on hole number 7. Great timing there. Making it through perfectly well done.
Looks like the same disc that she's threw on hole 3 with similar results. I'm guessing that is a Mako 3.
And I would assume that is a pretty makeable birdie for Kona. Really great on that drive, taking all the pressure off for the most part on the putting green.
Though she did miss a short putt on the last hole, so hopefully she can clean this one up for her birdie.
Beautiful fly over of the fairway of 5. Got some conversation going on hole 5 with Haley's placement. Nate Perkins is on the ground. Nate, what can you tell us about what's going on right now?
Yeah, they were trying to find the proper spot. Someone actually picked up the disc from across the street, so they were just trying to get a good read on it, and it looks like the spot that she's getting is pretty pinched behind this big bush.
Thank you, Nate. And the road that goes on along hole 5 is always full of spectators and fans and even just walkers who are just getting some exercise at the university. So nothing Haley hasn't dealt with before, but still pretty annoying given the circumstances.
It's a good look at just how many people are following the lead card.
And Haley King has some decisions to make right now. Giuliano, we've seen so many scoring separations, and then we've seen even just yesterday, and thinking back to Paige Pierce on hole 1, one hole can keep you out of it or it can keep you in it depending on how you execute. So Haley's going to have short-term memory here because she's 1 down for the round, only 1 behind Missy, and after this she will give some strokes back to the field. But if she can let that go and continue to charge, she can keep herself in contention should Missy falter in any way.
It's still pretty likely that she's going to be able to get out of here with just a single bogey, which is not a huge problem. I mean, this hole often hands out much higher scores than that. The shot that she just had was really far from the basket. She had a funny little run up where the last couple steps were down from the road down into the grass, which changes your timing a bit.
Sarah Hokum on hole number 8 with her second shot. Bit of lack of placement there, but still Hokum having a spectacular round today. Looks like she comes up short into the OB. And Haley with similar issues to Sarah, having to scramble and find the comfortable in the uncomfortable.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. There is really nothing out there except this one bush, and she happened to find herself behind it. I can't quite tell how far away from the pin she is, but this is still going to be a very tricky approach.
And this is Winthrop. Haley has all of the skills necessary, but it's deciding the right one. It's making the right decision and then committing to it 100%. Seen her decision making prove to be pretty good so far this round, but it's the commitment that she's been lacking. See if she can adjust heading into the rest of the holes here. Great power on that. Wow. Haley King. Excellent forehand from Haley King. Well done.
That was an amazing shot.
And proving you right, Juliana, she will be putting for bogey from circle one. So after all of that, great scramble there from King. Shot selection, angle control, power.
You know, ironically, it's possible that she could walk away from this hole with a little bit more confidence instead of a little less because of the strength of that last shot.
Missy Gannon with her fourth shot. Making light work of hole 5. Making it look easy. It was certainly not easy.
Making it look stress-free.
Lots of deep breaths for Gannon. We saw Kona's spectacular drive on 7, and here she is with a nice putt, and she has a good correction there, right in the dead center heart of the chains. And Owen Scoggins with her 4th, getting herself up into the circle. Seeing our lead card battle some adversity this morning, and that's as to be expected here at Winthrop. But what is sticking out to you so far about the way they're battling back?
There's not a lot of movement on the lead card. Everybody on the lead card is shooting even right now. I don't know if they have changed up their game plan because of their closeness to the victory here, or if they're just trying to play through little nerves right now.
Kona Panis unleashing a drive on hole 8. And Valerie with a different aspect of the game, but is proving to be successful as well. In for her par putt after finding herself OB. Great recovery from Mandahano. Missy Gannon in for her par as well. And our leader after 5, 2 under par so far, Missy Gannon. Not as much movement on the back 9, on the front 9 as I would have suspected. Juliana, you said there is some mistakes being made, a lot of pressure. Could you speak into that and give us some wisdom as to what's the difference between round 1 of a championship at Winthrop and round 4?
Well, the difference is now you really do have to keep in mind what the other players are doing, which makes it harder for you to be aggressive and do your own thing. So it feels as if Missy might be trying to play conservatively and hoping that maybe her competitors find the OB here and there and that she can just stay above the rest of the crowd, but it feels like some of our competitors in the cards below are pushing a little bit harder, trying to go for those birdies a little bit more, and they may be knocking on the door pretty quickly.
Yeah, Missy just playing a nice, fair, and even-toned game, but at Winthrop, there's really no way around it. These holes are challenging, and every shot comes with its own obstacles. But Gannon is continuing to press on, and she's continuing to stride, relying on the healthier parts of her game, which is her putting and just really reeling in. She's not throwing anything too fast. Her I think the fastest shot in her bag would be Thrasher, which is not a very fast driver, but it does get the job done. So yeah, relying mostly on control, and you've been saying that since round 1.
I do like that game plan quite a bit, especially where it has gotten her to the top of the leaderboard right now, and it seems to be good enough to be keeping her there.
Scoggins coming up on 6. That was her drive, and she has found the OB on the right. She'll be proceeding to the drop zone.
Hole 6 is a 282-foot par 3. OB water lines the entire left side of the fairway.
Valerie with an excellent correction.
Picture perfect.
Great work from her disc on that fairway.
That's my favorite play on this hole. Throw something overstable, throw it out to the right, flat, let the disc do the work. As it starts to fade left, it will skip, hopefully, all the way to the sand.
Valerie is putting for birdie now, so Missy Gannon feeling a bit of the pressure. She comes up short. Still putting range for Gannon. Well, this is beautifully executed. Just needs to carry. Well done from Haley King. And we've talked about whether or not our competitors would be thinking about the scoring. Will Haley King be paying attention to her positioning as she pursues Missy Gannon? Will Missy be paying attention to what her card mates are doing? And most of these women have caddies. I think everyone on the lead card today has a caddy. So with that comes an opportunity for your caddy to know what's going on.
Plus, as you mentioned earlier, there's a giant scoreboard that is following you along, so it is hard not to know how you are doing relative to the rest of the field.
Katrina Allen finding struggles on hole number 8. She would go on to card an 8. That's a quadruple bogey for Allen. Or a triple bogey, apologies, as it's a par 5. But we've seen her, Juliana, in rounds past, just putting for eagle on that hole. And now to see her card such a high score is really unfortunate.
I guess it evens out over the 4 rounds. But yes, it really feels like hole 8 was built exactly for her strengths.
So we see Sarah Holcomb get her birdie on hole number 8. Well done. And Holcomb continuing to have bogey-free and stress-free round. There's Missy Gannon's birdie attempt, so she opens the door for Valerie Mandujano. Haley King to gain a stroke. Scoggins from the drop zone, which is inside of circle 2.
It's about 45 feet, but it's directly in line with the water.
Great run from Own, asking it to get in. No harm done in the miss. Comes into contact with the basket, but stays safe.
Hole 6 is playing as the 3rd easiest hole today.
Tricky footing for Haley King. It's going to take her legs out of it just a bit. Good follow through there. She's in for her birdie. This is Haley's first birdie of the day, coming off the bogey on 5. And Valerie Mandujano to tie for the lead, her first birdie. Just as we suspected, the drama builds. So our lead card makes their way over to one of the harder holes. We're going to get another look at the drive that gave Valerie Mandujano an opportunity for the lead, or a share of it anyway. Great Great ground play, continues the momentum forward, settles nicely on the green.
Perfect trust in the disc selection there, throwing a disc that she knows is going to hyzer out and get that skip towards the green.
Valerie came onto the scene long time ago. She played 16 pro events in 2019, won 11 of them. But it wasn't until this year that she finally registered for majority of the Disc Golf Pro Tour events and pursuing her career in the Elite Series. Here's Holcomb on hole 9. With the hot round on the course, Sarah Holcomb going for it off the tee. She is safe. Sarah Holcomb having an incredible round so far. 80% on the fairway, 100% in the circle, and now with another opportunity for a birdie. Sarah Holcomb continuing to push, as you said earlier. These elite competitors are proving that they belong up there and they're not being shaken or thrown off by the course.
Despite all of the potential trouble out there, as we've mentioned before, I believe that every single hole on this course is birdieable. So if you have great control, if you have great confidence, you can push and you can get a lot of birdies. You just need to know that with the risk for reward also potentially comes more potentials for penalty strokes, as there is trouble all around.
We saw a great drive from Kona on 8, and here she is with her second throw. She's opting for that forehand. Came up short yesterday and looks like she's off her line again today. It is a par 5, so she closer to the basket you are, the better, and she is getting a ton of distance on her throws. Let's see if she can scramble for a nice birdie there, or at least a par. Valerie Mandujano taking a share of the lead after hole 6. She will drive on hole number 7.
She has not missed the mandatory. It looks like she kicked backwards, so she has not crossed that line perpendicular to the mando.
Haley King with an incredible drive on 7. Showing great control and comfortability with her forehand.
It's a little wide. Is that going to come back? So well done.
And Scoggins cutting it close, but she'll go on to not get a penalty for missing the mando. Nate Perkins is on the ground. Nate, we are all tied up. Valerie and Missy Gannon with the last hole, bringing it to 2 under par. Any difference in camaraderie as today compared to yesterday?
Well, you know, Hannah, it's really a breath of fresh air to see these athletes be able to actually take their time and go back to their original routines as compared to yesterday when they were playing in that torrential downpour. It's by far the best conditions we've had, and they are just taking in each moment before they throw. And I think there's probably a little pressure building because they haven't really started scoring yet. So we'll see how it plays out coming here into the back.
Thank you, Nate. Juliana, you have so much experience here, but normally in all of your years of competing here at Winthrop, you were competing in the mixed pro open division. And I know you have said before that You had a Juliana line that men would try to hit. So you know something about ignoring the ones on your card and how they're competing versus how you're competing.
I think one advantage I had playing against the guys is that there weren't a lot of expectations on me. Nobody expected me to do that well compared to the men, which of course made it more fun to do so, but also took the pressure off.
And here's a pressure shot for Valerie Mandahano. Nice trick shot there. Perfectly executed. Demonstrating her control over a forehand roller. Coming in handy on this little approach shot there. His own opting for the backhand. Not much of a choice.
She needs to keep in mind that she's got a ceiling on this shot.
Nice approach for Own. Own's currently 100% in the circle, so her comfortable range a little wider than everyone else's. Haley King for birdie.
Right in line. Seemed like it had the height at the beginning, but then just dropped right as it got to the basket.
Missy Gannon for birdie from circle 2 for the solo lead. Missy Gannon with another great putt from circle 2. That's how she won her first elite championships in Des Moines and how she's taken the lead back today. Owen Scoggins, truly uncharacteristic miss. Her first mistake inside the circle today. Valerie and Haley in for a par, but Missy Gannon gaining a stroke on the field. Once again, a big putt, putting her in the outright lead. 3 under par, 1 under for the round. Taking advantage when needed. We're seeing some movement here. Jessica Weiss moving up 3 spots, tied for 8th with Deanne Carey. And Kona, her 3rd shot on hole number 8, coming up short, having to contend with those poles. And Sarah Holcomb for her birdie after a great drive. Holcomb moved up 3 spots so far. Oh, right in her wheelhouse. Could have been the putt to bring her to 4 down. We saw Kona's short approach, and here is her putt attempt on hole 8. And she's in, no problem with that Anheuser putt. Nice and soft and finding its way into the basket. Kona moving up 2 spots with back-to-back birdies. She's currently solo 4th. And Sarah Holcomb with the clean round, tied for 5th, moving up 3 spots. We'll continue to check in with how the talent out on the field is doing. We're going to get things started on hole 8. Here's our leader, Missy Gannon.
This is a 697-foot par 5. Trees took a little distance off of that, but she's in a fine position.
And hole 8 is one of the last tee shots where the gallery will be behind our competitors, so nothing to focus on, but the fairway ahead of you, no movement. Gallery with a straight shot down the fairway.
Beautiful drive there.
Haley King has had opportunities for birdies, but she only has one on the day. Here she is getting things started. Hole 8.
There is OB on the left side that she is going towards.
Fortunately, Haley King has found it. An early penalty on 8.
I think Owen's happy that she hit that tree. She still is very close to the OB line, but she is safe.
And catching back up with Kona Panis. This is her second shot on hole 9. Her first one she opted to lay up before the hazard. And keeping it out wide. Hole 9 is a par 3, 316 feet, so Kona will need to make that to earn par. And here's Holcomb with her first shot. Earning the green there, Kona. Sarah Holcomb on 10. She'll be on the fairway. Hole 10 is a par 4, so Holcomb's in good position. She's right on the edge of the OB, maybe a little closer than she wanted to be, but
being on the edge is good, but she hit that tree, so she didn't get the forward distance, or the, I guess, left compared to where the basket is, distance that she was hoping for. So I am not sure what the OB carry will be for her to get from where she is currently laying to the pin.
Sarah Holcomb continuing to find success on the fairway. Complemented by her putting stride, which seems to be in full working order today. Owen Scoggins facing a bit of adversity in the last 2 holes, earning bogey back-to-back on 6 and 7, and now out of position on 8. Needs to settle.
I think she did find the OB there.
And a red flag. And we saw her approach. Here's Kona Panis on 9 with her par putt. An elevated basket, and that tree just won't allow the height for her putting style.
It's also scary to put the right height on it because the OB from that direction is only about 20 feet behind the pin. Excellent line for Missy. This is a really tricky landing area. You can see that there's a slope when you're looking towards the basket from where Missy threw from. The slope is from high on the right side down towards the left side where there is an OB line. If you turn something over, it could cut roll into the OB. You could potentially throw directly into the OB. And if you throw something too far to the right, it'll just be stopped by the ground.
Valerie with the best drive of the group. And a bit of a tricky hillside there. Her second shot. It is a par 5, and she is getting distance and going down the fairway, but I'd say a little out of position for her. She's really cutting off her third shot. Haley King takes relief from the OB. You hear some music in the background of these shots. Nate, any insight as to where that's coming from and why?
Yeah, there's actually a baseball game going on, and it's just kind of a reminder of the unique venue that we're playing at here at Winthrop.
Oh,
Haley.
no. Haley has found the OB again. The OB follows the left-hand side, and eventually it merges with a fence that is on the left-hand side. Clearly, Haley's was not far enough that it is to the point where the OB merges with the fence line, because she has, once again, found a penalty with the OB.
This is a test that Haley King has had to take at a lot of these events, just believing in herself and not giving up or quitting, continuing to take her time, make the right decision, and then commit.
That's too tall. So Haley is having a very rough time of it. This doesn't mean that she's out of it. As we've seen on most of the rounds, anyone at any time can have a hole where they take 2 or 3 penalty strokes. Haley needs to make sure that she stays focused, stays strong, because she can still fight her way back into this.
Excellent forehand from Owen Scoggins. With that forehand, Owen will put herself in the circle and putting for par from circle 1. Let's take another look at the angle. Look at that gallery behind Owen. And it looks like an easy shot, but that fairway, that's a great view of what she was up against. Very tight and technical in these wooded parts of the course.
It plays to Owen's strengths, but yes, that is a very hard shot to make.
That's the common mistake, is not hanging it out far enough. Missy Gannon comes into contact with that tree early. And this just goes to show how remarkable Owen's throw was, because not only was it tight and technical, but she really controlled the distance. She's so good at that forehand. Great movement from Mondahano's forehand.
That was an even more difficult shot because it was blind. She couldn't tell where she needed to land. She had to skip that even more drastically than Owen did.
And Sarah Holcomb with her second shot. We saw her come close to OB off the tee, and now here she is.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's going. Doesn't look like she's going directly towards the pin. She's holding it out wide.
Some applause from the gallery. Sarah Holcomb will find herself safe. Nice and conservative there on 9. She would go on to play up and down for her par On hole number 10, par 4, 594 feet. Haley King in the circle, putting for double bogey after finding the OB. Hole number 8. Missy Gannon, our leader, with her 4th. Great placement.
Love seeing that smile on Haley's face as she's approaching her double bogey putt.
Here's Valerie putting for birdie from circle 1, and this is to tie Missy Gannon again. Little insult to injury there. Mandujano just hitting high and rolling back, giving her a similar putt. For par.
Stay there. Missed opportunity there. That was a good putt. The first one's a little bit too high, second one a little bit too low. Both right on line.
Great scramble from Owen there on hole 8. In for par on the par 5 after finding the OB. And Missy Gannon, what we thought would be giving a stroke, is actually going to take one from Valerie. So we can get another look at Valerie's first putt, taking her time to line things up. And Missy Gannon at the outright lead, 3 under par. And this is why she's gained another stroke on Mandujano. Valerie with an unfortunate missed opportunity for birdie there, roll away, and just like you said, Juliana, perfectly on line, but a little high, and then an overcorrection on the next attempt. Valerie's in for bogey from 5 feet, her first bogey of the round.
And an unfortunate example of how quickly 2 strokes can be added to any one score.
It's very true, but Valerie is still even for the day, and Missy Gannon is only at 1 under. So all things considered, there's not a ton of movement, and they've got the back 9. Now, this is where Valerie has struggled in previous rounds. She's has to hang it out and trust her disc over OB for longer periods of time. She's got to throw distance drivers and maintain confidence and accuracy. Whether or not she'll be able to rise to the challenge and succeed is up to her. But from what we've been seeing so far, she's playing rather consistent. So her mistakes, instead of being for birdie, are now for par. And that can add strokes. Missy Gannon, on the other hand, just keeping a clean card. She's 1 under for the round. She has 2 birdies and 1 bogey. But she's 90% in the fairway and 100% in the circle. Whereas Valerie has missed multiple times in the circle. Missy Gannon maintaining a lead through 9, through 8. She'll wrap up her performance on the front 9 with this hole.
Hole 9 is a 316-foot par 3. If you look at the bird's eye view shot of this, it is a right to left sweeping fairway with a sharp left turn towards the pin at nearly basket distance. However, because of the tee positioning, you can see the base of the scoreboard for the baseball field, and that takes away the righty hyzer option, the safer option. So here is a look at Missy trying to do the safe option, doing it very well, but she has to still throw a pretty flat shot. She can't sweep it out over the fairway the whole way.
It's you. Oh, it's me? Yep.
Playing the very safe turnover shot. What makes this hole so difficult is that the landing zone by the basket is very thin. It's approximately 30 feet in front of the basket, but maybe only 20 feet behind the basket.
I love seeing the height on that drive from Valerie. That, of course, has been her mistake so far for the back 9. And I believe she has received the red flag. Looked clean to me, but there was OB pass.
It is so easy to find that OB pass if you have a good drive. That is very tall.
Saw a similar mistake from Haley yesterday, just rolling her wrist a bit. She did have the distance yesterday to get it onto the fairway, and she's got it today. Kona Panis for her birdie on hole number 10. Just too high. Kona Panis will go on to earn the par there, but she has moved up 3 spots, tied for 3rd. And this is a great example. Great example of how the other cards are continuing to push and challenge our lead card today. Haley King coming off of a double bogey 7, bringing herself down and tied with Kona, who missed some 4 circle 1 putts. And if it weren't for that, we would be talking more about Kona and how she would be our leader for today. Kona currently 2 under for the round, 1 over for the event. That fairway stride is really what's keeping her in it, 92% on the fairway. And that truly is her strength as a competitor.
Nice control.
Good correction from Haley with her forehand approach. We saw her come up long on hole number 2. She didn't carry over the OB as much as she should have, and nice correction there later in the round. Maybe a bit warmed up and even toned as far as emotions go. Missy Gannon is safe and on the fairway. She's just there from the OB line. Bringing that tree into play. Missy Gannon looking to just go get into the circle for an easy par. She'll have a bit of a tricky putt ahead of her, given it's an elevated basket with OB behind, but her putt is so dialed today. Valerie Mandujano finding OB. This is for her par from circle 2. Opting to just lay up short of the basket.
It's a very difficult shot to try to go for it from the drop zone. You could do some kind of crazy up and over, but the likelihood of hitting the basket is very small. Or you can lean out to the left-hand side and try to putt up at the basket, but the OB is 20 feet behind the basket. With the elevated basket, it's not worth that risk.
Missy Gannon for par. She's in, and with the gallery right in front of her. Great putt for Gannon. And Scoggins in for par. And Owen played that hole wonderfully. Tied with Haley King, who taps out for par, is Kona Panis, currently on 11. This is her tee shot. First shot is all about positioning. She's doing a great job of biting off distance as well as setting herself up for a great rest of the hole. Sarah Holcomb further down the hole. This is her third shot. She would go on to tap in for a par from there, and continuing to be bogey free as well as OB free. Sarah Holcomb, 3 under par through 11. Kona Panis, 1 bogey on the day. She carded it earlier on 9. Haley King continuing to battle a little bit more than we thought. She's having to struggle and really lean in on some of her skills that we haven't seen from her. I remember that Anheuser approach on hole number 4, and now another sidearm approach for Haley King with that zone just to hang in with the top. Another competitor making her way into the top 10 so far is Jessica Weiss. This is her bogey putt.
Beautiful putt.
Well done from Weiss. Jessica moving up 3 spots on the day. Found some trouble recently. Found the OB on 10, and that afforded her the bogey. A miss putt on 11 in the circle, but as we see, she's able to clean it up nicely, maintain her spot within the top 10. Our lead card makes their way over to hole number 10.
This is a 549-foot par 4. The fairway is shaped as a C. The tee is pointing towards the basket. The players are going to be throwing far left of the line of that tee so that they can find the safety zone. None of our competitors will be going towards the basket. You need to clear more than 500 feet in order to find the green.
And Missy Gannon finding the OB and not coming back in bounds.
The landing zone is fairly generous, though it looks deceivingly small from the tee. That's too low. That needs to skip quite a bit.
And Scoggins with a similar mistake to Gannon. She'll find herself OB as well.
She's worried about that skipping too much. That's a fine position. Very nice.
Big opportunity for Valerie, and she's so far so good on the fairway of hole 10. Here's Kona Panis with her second shot. We saw her nice placement there off the tee. Powerful stuff from Kona, but
she turned that over
immediately out of her hand.
There's so much hazard on this hole, and the fairway slopes from right to left, so there's a lot of danger. You need to throw something that you can control the landing angle. She just really tried to throw that hard. Looked like she was trying to put herself in position for a birdie, and she just flipped it over into the hazard on the right.
Sarah Holcomb off the tee on hole number 12. This is a par 5, 901 feet. So again, an important placement shot here off the tee. And just talking about Kona, she's on hole number 11, and that was her third shot. So she'll be putting for par all the way from circle 2, and it's going to be a tricky one.
She will be putting, she will have to go over a ledge and then down. I would suspect that there's no going for that particular shot. She needs to hope that she can land it close to the basket instead of flying past the basket as the land drastically slopes away from it.
Kona finding a little bit of adversity, but Valerie Mendijano bouncing back after her performance on the last 2 holes. She's got an opportunity to gain a stroke. Wow, great correction from Mendijano so far on her back 9. We've seen her struggle so much with the height, and I got nervous there as her disc maybe got maneuvered by the wind. She'll be in the circle putting for birdie.
She slid that up, and she actually hit the bricks that surround the basket. That was a really, really well done shot.
Haley King has the distance, but this hole also requires control and accuracy.
Oh, that looked like it was going to skip in bounds.
That was absolutely going to skip in bounds. So unlucky for Haley King, hitting off the OB stake and staying OB. Missy Gannon going OB off the tee. This is her third shot from the drop zone. Oh my goodness. Great shot from Missy Gannon. She'll be putting for par from circle 1, and incredible scramble from the drop zone there. Take a look at Missy Gannon's approach. Nearly going into the basket. Look at that height. Oh, if you cut away at the right time. Great scramble from Missy Gannon there. And the door was opened, but it's not opened as wide as it could have been. Haley King with, unfortunately, coming up OB after hitting the stake and staying out.
She flipped that one over. She's not going to be in bounds on that shot either. She may be running out of discs that she thinks are relevant for this particular shot.
And that's a great recovery from Haley. Unfortunately, a Too little, too late. She'll be putting for triple bogey from circle 1. Tough start to her back 9 of the final round, and that's all because she hit the stake as her disc was traveling back in bounds. Looked to me like a perfect shot, and I'm sure she felt the same. Let's get a look at her reaction to it. Disbelief, complete disbelief, and understandably so.
That can be so hard mentally. She did the shot that she wanted to throw, and through no fault of her own and a very unfortunate positioning of that stake, she stayed out of bounds and never hit the inbound, so she was forced to re-tee.
Here's Owen Scoggins for par. Nicely done from Owen. Missy Gannon for par after finding the OB off the tee. Great scramble on this hole from Gannon. Really well done. And Valerie Mandujano with an opportunity to take a stroke back, bring her score overall back to 1 under par. And Haley King in Haley King fashion went incredibly quick, but we have the replay of her putt for triple bogey.
It looks like it just about slipped out the backside of the basket.
And with that hole, we are already seeing, with a turn onto the back 9, lots of movement on our leaderboard. Haley King dropping down 5 spots after her triple bogey on 10, and in her place, Sarah Hokum moving up 5 spots, tied for 3rd. Kona Panis, Owen Scoggins tied for 3rd as well, and Macy Veladiaz having a clean back 9 so far. She's got 2 birdies in the last 4 holes. Plenty of movement here at Winthrop. So our lead card makes their way over to hole number 11. Kona Panis found the hazard. This is for par all the way from circle 2, and Juliana, she is running it.
That was a pretty impressive shot. She looked as if she controlled the distance fairly well, though we can't tell how far down the hill it went.
According to UDisc, she stayed pretty close, and she went in for bogey on hole number 11, so not a lot of harm done. That was her first OB throw for the round. Pretty clean scorecard up until now. She's maintaining pace with the leaders of the group. And this is also where our lead card is going to have to take into consideration the wind as the holes open up and your disc hangs out for longer periods of time.
Hole 11 is a 598-foot par 4. Valerie has chosen that higher route every day so far. You can go a little bit farther down the fairway if you take that higher route. Most of the women have, however, been choosing to go down into the valley on the left-hand side. It gives you a little bit better look at the basket.
Valerie setting the pace on hole 11. We'll see if Missy can get herself onto the fairway. She'll be clean and on the fairway after 1. Great ground play there for Owen's disc. Looked to me it was going to continue into those bushes on the right. But it settled nicely in the fairway. Haley King getting a ton of distance on the fairway and again finding herself OB.
In this case, she is in the hazard.
And here's Owen reacting to her drive. And here's Sarah Hokum on hole 12 with her third shot.
That's going to have to get down. It does. Looks very well played.
Green flag for Hokum. Hole 12 is a 901-foot par 5. It's a very tough green. Plenty of rollaways and OB. Lots of action going on over there by the green. Here's Kona Panis on the tee of 12.
It's a 901-foot par 5.
She's turned that over and seems to be fading out nicely. Oh, wow. Big distance for Panis.
And ending up on top of that mound is a great position. She's going to have a flat run up, and she has a little bit better view of the shape of the fairway.
Well, Missy Gannon doesn't have as much distance as Kona, but she's got all the control. Giving herself a great shot off the tee, and she'll keep it in bounds on shot number 2. Well done for Missy Gannon.
Owen has to clear the hazard that's in front of her. Then she has to land the disc such that it doesn't skip into the hazard on either the right hand or the left hand side. The land slopes from the right down to the left where there is another hazard line. It's got to come out of that.
Another anti-skip from Owen, and the best reactions of the day so far. Owen Scoggins, just always a beacon of positivity out here at the course. Missy Gannon on the fairway after 2. Valerie looking to continue the hunt for first. Bit low from Mandahano, but all things considered, she'll be putting for birdie from circle 2, and nothing wrong with being safe.
Absolutely not.
Haley King be in the circle 2 range for par, and we saw her drive, her approach, and now here's her putt. This is for birdie. Just nearly short again. Sarah Hokum, another par. We saw her come up short in circle 2 on hole number 7, and every time she's coming into contact with metal, Juliana, but because of her putt style, it's nothing too bad.
And that was a significant putt. That wasn't something that I think that she was really expecting to get. Of course, she was hoping to get it. So there's still a big smile on her face, even though she missed that putt.
Missy Gannon from the fairway. This is her third shot in the par 4. decision time for Haley King, finding herself out of position, choosing to run it. And Haley King finding the hazard on hole 11. She'll be putting for bogey from circle 1. Missed opportunity there for Mandahano. It's her and Missy Gannon continue to battle it out this round. Both in the circle and putting for par now. Owen Scoggins, uncharacteristic miss. It would have been her second birdie of the day, but coming up short. And Haley King in the basket on 11 for bogey. Valerie and Missy coming in for par. Here's Valerie with her birdie attempt there. So close for Mandahano, just inches from taking another stroke back. Juliana, what are you seeing today?
Well, we only have 6 holes left to play. Missy still has a 2-stroke lead, and the last 6 holes are ones that have been harder for Valerie in the previous rounds. So I really think that Missy just needs to stay steady. She doesn't need to push it. She probably doesn't even need to get another birdie to end up ahead at the end of this round.
We've seen lots of trouble afford our lead cards over the past couple of rounds, as the last few holes, I think holes 17 and 18 in particular, playing traditionally as the hardest on the course. And you want to build up a bit of a confidence heading into them. And so far, the safe plays, I don't think, are necessarily doing that. You know, if you don't have birdies to rely on and mistakes happen, you're giving strokes to the field.
It's very possible that this tournament comes down to hole 17. Missy on day 1 and 2, I believe she had double bogeys both days, and then she was able to take a par on day 3. So if she is able to stay safe on 17, that might be enough.
Well, one competitor, and Sarah Hokum, finding herself safe all over the course. No OBs today, and she's going to get the green flag on 13. So our lead card gets ready to tee off on 12. Another par 5. This is the 3rd of the round.
This is a 901-foot par 5. There are 20 feet of elevation between the tee and the green. There's really no danger on the first shot. The OB is out of reach for this division.
On the last 4 holes, Haley King finding herself OB 4 times, proving how difficult the back 9 of Winthrop Gold can be. Valerie Mandahano taking the tee for the 3rd time in a row since her birdie on 10. First shot, finding herself down the fairway, relying more on her accuracy than her distance. Of course, we saw competitors like Kona get much further than that, but still great placement from Mandahano.
Even with Kona's distance off the tee on this particular hole, it's nearly impossible to go for the green in 2. So you're going to be playing along the fairway, which is on the left-hand side, and it's just a matter of how much more distance you can take off so that your third shot, which is hopefully going to go to the pin, is easier.
Nothing eases frustration like a big drive on a hole out into the wide open. Haley King, great shot there on 12. Further along on this hole, Kona Panis with her third shot. She'll be attacking the green here. That's us putting for par apologies, that's for birdie. That's her third shot. Right on circle's edge. And here's Sarah Hokum with her second shot. Saw her earn the green flag earlier.
Just got to make sure that doesn't skip into the road.
Oh, unfortunately, her first mistake, finding the OB. And Kona unable to connect on her birdie attempt. She'll be putting for par now from circle 1, and that's her second missed putt in the circle for birdie in the back 9, but her 5th of the day for birdie. And that's really the stat that the rest of the field has relied on, putting percentage. Fairway hits are very important, but if you're doing everything tee to green and then unable to capitalize, you're not going to move anywhere else on the leaderboard. And Kona stuck at tied for 3rd, sitting 1 under for the round and won't advance.
This is an unusual position. Owen coming up very far on the right-hand side of this fairway, having to curve around that tree to get back into the traditional landing zone.
Great positioning there for Owen. We want to thank you all for watching live disc golf with us. And if you're fully invested like we are, then the next opportunity for a live event is next Thursday, October 14th through 17th. We have the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Guaranteed Rate. Championship features all the top FPO who have qualified. Missy Gannon, of course, 3rd in Pro Tour points. Ahead of her, Paige Pierce and Katrina Allen. Battling it out next week in Charlotte, North Carolina for the championship. Great second shot from Missy Gannon here on hole 12, par 5. Haley King on the fairway after 2, and very far down that fairway. here at the famous Winthrop Coliseum as we get an aerial view of our lead card making it down the fairway of 12. Missy Gannon maintaining her lead at 3 under par. Valerie Mandujano close behind at 1 under. And both of those women trading shots back and forth on the fairway of 12. And Jessica Weiss on the 13th hole. This is her second shot. A very aggressive shot from Weiss. She'll be attacking the green. Hitting the basket for eagle.
I've never tried to go for it before.
Jessica Weiss getting aggressive here on the final day at the championship. Currently in solo 10th. Moving up 1 spot on the day. 8 over par for the event. Scoggins hitting that out wide on the left-hand side. Another punishing mistake for Owen, and what an angle.
Yes, this shows you how the fairway slope, or the fairway moves from, it kind of does an S, I guess. It goes from the right back to the left and back to the right where the basket is. There are big undulations where the OB line is.
Great recovery for Owen. And as usual, Owen is all smiles, though she has been faced with some difficulties this round, coming off of 4 bogeys so far. Apologies, 4 OB strokes so far, and finding another one here on 12, but still maintaining that tied for 3rd positioning, and I have to attribute it to her mental game. She just stays fearless and confident of who she is as a player. Gannon safe on the green. It's a significant putt for birdie, though it is an opportunity.
I like Valerie's choice to stand still there. There's a little bit of a slope on her run-up. She would have had to do a downhill run-up to throw up over that mound. So by standing still, it keeps her timing a little bit more common.
Sarah Holcomb finding the OB. But look how close. I mean, her disc coming to rest just right next to the safe grass. She's going to have a par look from here. This has interrupted such a flawless round from Holcomb so far. That'll be a bogey for Sarah Hokum, and catch back up with our leaders. Haley King on 12. This is for birdie. Wow, Haley King in for birdie from well over 40 feet. Missy Gannon for birdie, coming up short. She has been providing the opportunity, but that was a long one for birdie. And given the circumstances surrounding the basket, I'd say no harm done there. And the door opens once again for Valerie Mandujano. She lines up her birdie putt on 12. Perfectly executed, bringing the lead back to 1. Missy Gannon 3 under par, tapping out for her par from circle 1, but first here's Own. Well, there is some exciting disc golf going on, and we have more from our top FPO on the other side of this break.
Focus. Get rid of any of those pressure thoughts and really center yourself, like where you're at and the shot you're throwing. Trying to just really let everything besides the basket bleed away.
Hi, I'm Sarah Nicholson, founder of Throw Pink, and I just want to welcome everyone to the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. I hope that this will be an amazing experience for the women that are here. The Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship is Throw Pink's first big splash into the professional side of the game. I want to continue to just grow the professional side and to use my time and resources that I have with Throw Pink to make this event bigger and better every year.
And we're back with more elite disc golf here at the Throw Pink Championship. Sarah Hokum with a great forehand. Really incredibly done, Juliana.
That's a really nice sidearm line on hole 14. This is a 261-foot par 3 with 20 feet of elevation loss.
And Katrina Allen with a different approach, proving to be successful so far, and picture perfect for the two-time champ, two-time world champ. The action is really heating up as we see some movement continuing. Kona Panis continues to be in third. This time she's solo third after keeping it relatively clean. Owen Scoggins coming into a bit more adversity in the back nine, tied for fourth now with Sarah Hokum, who takes her first bogey after finding herself OB. We saw that with her drive on, or her approach on 13. So Holcomb proving that she does have flaws, but she's got plenty of birdies. And here's Kona Panis with her third shot. On 13. Hole 13 is a par 4, so she'll be putting for par there. And here's Macy Vela-Diaz. Needs to skip. Oh, no problems there.
Boy, I was worried about problems on that one. That was so low, I thought it might catch the edge of the curb and not stay in bounds.
Nicely played from Macy, and a little bit of a celebration there as she is in solo 7th so far. Dropping down a few spots, but 6 holes to play. And one name we haven't talked about so far today, Heather Young. That was for birdie. She's just opting for the layup and playing it safe. Heather Young here for a good time and not any rollaways. Our lead card has made their way over to hole 13. Juliana, what is to be expected on this long par 4?
We're looking at the mound in which the players are throwing their drives from. This is a 722-foot par 4. There's 25 feet of elevation loss. Players that are going to be going for the birdie will most likely be playing straight towards the basket, as this sidewalk this year is not out of bounds. So they can pull it straight towards the basket, get close to the road, have a pretty easy approach shot if they have an open landing zone.
Valerie Mandujano setting the pace again with a beautiful drive on hole number 13.
That is exactly what I was referring to, going as straight at it. There's also an option to play something a little bit more conservative, go around the big cypress tree on the corner, and then come towards the basket with the road in your way. The road and parking lot do come into play on every single approach because the basket is so closely positioned to both the road and the parking lot.
Great aerial of Haley King's drive. Not to be outdriven, Haley King coming off of a fantastic birdie on hole number 12. Missy Gannon continuing with a clean scorecard. Our current leader. That is dropping significantly. Still good distance there.
Yeah, she still has either option. She can still go straight at it, or she can go around on the left-hand side.
Known Scoggins with a beautiful drive. As you said, Juliana, the pavement comes into play on nearly every shot.
So here you can see what the players are looking at as they do their drive. You can see where the big conifer tree is straight in front of us. There's a path to the left of that, and there's a path to the right of that. To the right of that takes a little bit of distance off, and that's where most of the birdies are going to be coming from. And that is the path that we're flying right now. One tricky thing is we saw both Haley and Valerie ended up in the bottom of that ditch. It's possible that they can't quite see the basket because of the elevation of the ditch. So it's not very far for them, but it's going to be a little bit tricky because look at how small this landing zone is. The basket is a mere 10 feet from that parking lot. A lot of the approach shots will have to skip off of the parking lot to land in the green area.
And with pressure from fans like that, our competitors will make their way over to their first shots to throw their second on the long par 4. All of them in good position, but all of them in different positions. It's the power of Winthrop. No matter where you are on the fairway, you are afforded your own unique set of obstacles. Beautiful conditions today. First to throw will be Missy Gannon. Missy finding her success both on the fairway and circle one. That's been the tradition of her event, but she's only 80% in both stats so far. She's going to need both to close out this tournament well.
Looks like Missy is opting to go on the left-hand side, slightly more conservative play.
Good power there. Just needs to settle. Very high for own. Good trust. So we take a peek at a little opening afforded to Haley and Valerie. Whether or not they choose to go for it, it's up to them. Valerie,
quite sure they're both going to go on the right-hand side of this cypress
Valerie
tree.
has some decisions to make. She's one back of Missy, and Missy has shown her she's just playing it out safe for par. That's one of the nice things about having the lead here at Winthrop, though you do have to still execute your shots well. You don't have to do the risky ones all the time.
Pretty wide. She's going to need a big skip.
Oh, so close. Valerie just hangs it out too wide, and so unlucky for Mandahano there.
Either wider or not as wide would have been okay. That was the one line that it couldn't be on because she hit the base of that curb and just stayed in the OB.
Coming in looking so nice. It just holds that straight line a little too much. Similar to Haley King hitting the OB stake and staying out, Valerie has hit the OB border and stayed out, the OB curb. Nate Perkins, you're on the ground with our lead card. Do you have any insight for us as Valerie ends up OB after what seemed like a great shot?
Yeah, Juliana said it perfectly. It's really rare to see the disc actually square up the curve. Any shorter, it would have skipped over. Any higher, it would have landed safe on the green. Big moment for Valerie to decide to go for it there and come up short.
Haley opting for a straight approach. Nearly coming into contact with the basket. Very aggressive play for Haley, right on brand.
Yes, it was. That was an impressive line. She took the inside line. She had to throw that very flat because any hyzer, and that would have probably found the road.
And it is an easy one to find as we have a great aerial view of what Valerie had to fly over. And this is Holcomb tapping in for her birdie after an incredible drive. Really well done, and it pays to be tall there.
Look at how that flag is moving. It looks like the wind is really picking up on us.
Valerie choosing to get aggressive, finds herself OB, and here she is needing to recover. Another one, another near make for the women on this card. These, I think if we gave her another shot, she might have thrown it in, but fortunately she's looking at bogey at best from circle one, but given the mistake, I don't think that's as bad as it could be. Look at that. Really well done for Mandahano. Such a tough pin position.
Hopefully Valerie's able to forget about that OB stroke. It can be really hard mentally when you know that you just executed a really good shot and the course decides to take it away from you.
So you see the wind picking up, as you said, Juliana. Missy Gannon relying on a little nudge from the wind to get herself into the circle. Nate, we know you're on the ground there with the lead card and have a better wind read than we do. Has there been a change in conditions since the start?
Yep. Good play. Good.
Have to check back in with Nate in just a moment as Owen gets herself up and into the circle for par. Valerie Mandahano, one stroke behind Missy Gannon and comes up short on the aggressive attempt, but still on line and really well done, all things considered. It's a bit of an extra carry, and that could be attributed to the wind.
It wasn't a bad throw at all. Again, even if that had been farther to the right, it would have been in bounds because it would have taken the skip and jumped the curb.
Haley King putting for birdie from circle 2. Good wind read there from King.
I think so.
Not enough power to get it to connect with the basket. She'll settle for par. Valerie Mandahano stepping up for her putt. For bogey. Devastating miss for Mandahano. Really insult to injury there. Just coming off that great putt on 12 and just can't connect with the chains. Missy Gannon for par.
Valerie can't let this get her down because there are still at least 3 holes left where large numbers can occur for anyone in the field. So she needs to forget about the unfortunate occurrences on this hole and just keep playing her game and stay strong.
That's right, and with that, Valerie brings herself down to even and 3 strokes back now of the lead. An opportunity to tie things up. Maybe just give 1 stroke back, but now with this miss, she's going to give 2 strokes back to Gannon, and Missy Gannon heading into a series of difficult holes with plenty of OB and a history behind them with a 3-stroke lead on the field. Making a push, Sarah Holcomb on hole number 15 with her drive. This is a triple Mando hole as well. Just barely gets through. She'll receive a green flag and be on the fairway. And making a push as well, Kona Panis on hole number 13, on hole number 14 on the tee. Similar line to Katrina. And similar ground play. She will continue on hole 14 to be in for birdie from just about 7 feet. Kona Panis is currently in solo third. She's moved up 3 positions for the day. Here's Sarah Holcomb with her second shot.
That disc had a nice turn on it that looked like it was going to get in front of those trees and give her a good position for an approach shot. And now she's going to have to contend with those trees.
Well, anything can happen as we wrap up the final 9 of this 4th and final round, but Missy Gannon with a comfortable lead heading into the last few holes. Is she changing her game plan? What's your speculation?
I hope that she does not, because it's been working for her so well already. She just needs to make sure that she has a little bit of cushion so she feels a little bit of confidence when she goes into 17, which could be trouble.
Back with Sarah Holcomb with her 3rd on hole 15. Needs it to carry. She'll be up and into the green. It's a nice shot from Sarah Holcomb, and what an incredible round from Holcomb so far. 88% on the fairway and 80% in the circle. Similar stats to our leader, Missy Gannon. 81% in the fairway, but 86% in circle 1. Kona Panis working her way up into the top 3 with a 94% fairway percentage, but only a 44% in circle 1. And that is eerily similar to Valerie Mandujano, who's 88% on the fairway, 33% circle 1. The worst putting performance we've seen so far from Mandujano, and running out of holes to turn it around. And our lead card makes their way over to hole number 14. We saw some success off the tee. Juliana, what is your Corver's keys here?
Hole 14 is a 261-foot par 3. There are 20 feet of elevation that you lose from the tee to the green. I think this is a really fun hole. There is both right to left shot and a left to right shot, so it seems pretty fair. You've got a tree that you need to get around. It has a low ceiling. I personally like to start off of the tee on the left-hand side and really run across the tee pad. It gives you a little bit more height on the hyzer angle and allows you to hopefully fly a little bit farther towards the basket.
Here's Sarah Holcomb. This is where she ended up after her approach. Pretty guarded, but nearly every putt in this green is guarded. This is for par. Wow. Perfectly done by Sarah Holcomb, and catching up quickly with Haley King. Excellent drive there from Haley. She's really turned things around since her birdie on 12, and she's on pace to grab another one here on 14. Our leader and Missy Gannon.
A little bit left of what she wanted.
Oh, she'll find the hazard here on hole 14.
She's also left with a very difficult putt. She's already below an extremely raised basket, so it's going to take a lot of strength to get the putter up high enough to get it in the basket.
This is Missy's second time finding the hazard today, so pretty clean scorecard, all things considered. Owen Scoggins with the best drive that we've seen on coverage so far.
Beautiful.
Valerie Mandujano coming off of that double bogey 6. This is exactly what you need to do when you're competing at Winthrop. You need to have short-term memory, and Mandujano is proving so much to us as viewers today. She's just continued to push and give herself the best looks every time, regardless of what she's walking away from. And Kona Panis in solo 3rd. This is the tee of hole 15. She's had success here so far, and this looks to be like more of it.
That is an excellent drive.
A lot of cars in the parking lot means a lot of fans on the fairways. Lead card's going to get a taste of it. Nate Perkins is on the ground on hole 14. Nate, have we seen a change in conditions? How's the wind treating our lead card so far?
The wind is really picking up here on 14. Missy has a tough right to left on this uphill putt. She might even consider laying it up.
She was going for it. Missy Gannon is one of the best putters on tour. She is a putting world champion. She has taken down plenty of tournaments thanks to her putting. She took down the Elite Series in Des Moines earlier this year thanks to a big circle's edge putt. So her threshold for putting is larger than anyone's, but she's still out, and this is going to be a big comeback for Gannon. It is an elevated basket, plenty of opportunity for rollaway here.
The scary part about the rollaway is that the hazard line is so close that if you get a rollaway, it will most likely cross that hazard line.
The wind is picking up. It's going to want to elevate Missy's putt even more. Great consideration from Gannon. She'll be in for just a bogey. Good recovery there. Shaking off the nerves. Valerie with an opportunity to tie or bring herself back to one stroke under Missy. She takes advantage. And Scoggins in for birdie as well. And you were right, Juliana, there's plenty of opportunity to find the OB on the rest of the course. Nothing is over until a putt on 18 seals the deal, and Missy Gannon showing a little bit of her weakness here, a little bit of imperfection. She makes an attempt for a comebacker. Get a nice reaction from Missy. Staying positive and confident. She does have a one-shot lead heading into hole 15. And traditionally, these are the most difficult holes on the course. Now, Kona and Sarah Hokum that are making a push are already underway on the more difficult holes of the course. And technically, they are setting the pace. Here's Kona with her second shot. That is an incredible play from Panis. She will be putting for birdie on hole 15. And here's Sarah Hokum, one hole ahead on the difficult 16, unleashing a huge forehand.
Beautiful drive by Sarah.
And as we said, Sarah and Kona making a push for one of the top spots. Both of them a few holes ahead of our lead card. At this point, positioning is so key, and Winthrop really challenges you to understand your positioning and how you're going to choose to attack holes. And
it saves the biggest challenge for the last hole. The last hole is playing as the first most difficult hole on the course.
And over on hole 17, we have my party podcast available on the Disc Golf Network. That's my co-host, Christine Jennings, fabulously executing a putt all the way from circle 2. Way to go, Christine. Well done. A star in the booth, behind the mic for the podcast, and on the green. It always feels good. seen lots of cars in the parking lot. We know there's tons of people in attendance. We know everyone is abuzz. Kona Panis attempting for a birdie, hidden away from it all, and she capitalizes. Kona improving on that circle 1 stat. She's 2 off of the lead, Juliana, with that birdie putt. Missy Gannon sitting at 2 under for the event, and Kona at even. Here's Haley King coming off of a birdie, back-to-back birdies. The great drive.
As you mentioned, Kona's only 2 off of the lead, and I would say that Kona has better momentum right now than anyone else in the top 4. Wide right, looks as if she's missed that Mando. Perhaps she kicked off the Mando and is still shy of it. That is a very nice shot. She's going to skip to the left.
Wow, great movement on that fairway. Really setting the pace. We'll see if Missy can match it.
The triple Mando on this hole is about 180 feet from the tee.
That is trailing beautifully, and Missy Gannon is down the fairway even further than Valerie. Juliana, what is hole 15 all about?
Hole 15 is 467-foot par 4. The trick of the drive, of course, is to make it through this triple Mando. You don't have to get a lot of distance. Actually, a lot of distance can get you in trouble because there's another line of trees. The best shots will skip to the left, making the approach to the heavily guarded basket a little bit easier. Here we can see the line to the basket. You can't see the basket because it is inside of that dark clump of trees. When you approach the basket, it's a little bit easier to get close to the pin if you go on the the left-hand side. If you go on the right-hand side, you might have to get a little bit lucky to penetrate through these trees and give yourself an open look at the basket.
Missy Gannon started out with the lead, and she's maintained it so far, keeping a clean scorecard. Valerie Mandujano close behind with an opportunity to advance. But first, Owen Scoggins coming off the fairway, missing the Mando. She'll be taking her 3rd throw from the drop zone. You can hear that wind really starting to pick up now. Yeah, Owen has chosen to play this shot nice and straight and low, taking into consideration the low-hanging trees. Sarah Holcomb with an easy birdie on 16. That's where her sidearm landed, Juliana. That was incredibly done. Incredibly well done.
A fantastic shot by Holcomb.
Haley King moving on to the fairway of 15. Keeping it out a little higher than Owen's approach. And getting nicely into the circle. She'll have a birdie look from there. Be her 2nd in a row. She was able to connect. Valerie Mandujano set the pace off the tee, and now she will be first to throw before Missy. Wow, really well done for Mandujano. She'll have some trees, but won't we all on the fairway, on the green of 15. Great control with that forehand, reading the angle perfectly.
That was a tricky lie for her. That was really well done.
Valerie is in the circle putting for birdie, and Missy Gannon be looking to do the same. Good height there. Not as much movement, but a similar distance, I'd say.
She might be behind that large tree. That might be tricky. She might have to straddle out around the outside of that.
Sarah Holcomb took the birdie on 16 after a great drive, and here's Kona Panis with her drive. Good carry there, even more so, and she'll be putting for birdie from circle 1. Kona Panis with an opportunity to do 3 birdies in a row. Not a bad way to close out your tournament, but the hardest holes are still ahead. Owen Scoggins coming up short on her approach from the fairway, looking to close out hole number 15. Wow, and she connects. Owen Scoggins. Such an incredible competitor.
I would have lost money on that, betting that she wasn't going to be able to make it because there's such a low ceiling. I didn't think that she would have the power to penetrate through those woods and to still have enough height to get into the basket.
We got to see that again. Owen Scoggins. Small but mighty. Look at that spin and walking it in confidently. I love to see it. Well, Valerie Mandujano for her birdie from circle 1. An unfortunate mistake for Mandujano. She hasn't proven to be successful with the straddle. She's continuing to struggle so far this round with it. Missy Gannon looking to gain a stroke on the field. This is for birdie. I believe this will be Missy's first straddle of the round. We haven't seen her out of position too much. She is in, continuing to prove what a dominant putter she is. She'll gain a stroke back and have a 2-stroke lead heading into hole 16. Ooh, Haley King in for her birdie as well. This is Haley's 2nd in a row. Mandujano still having work to do. Now an obstructed putt, opting again for the straddle. Sarah Holcomb had a similar putt and was successful. She's more of a lofty putter. We'll see if Mandujano can battle.
Excellent recovery.
An incredible putt from Owen Scoggins and an incredible putt from Missy Gannon. She'll find the basket. Here's her reaction to everything. Trusting it the entire way, walking it in. Missy Gannon with another opportunity and a 2-stroke lead on the field. And it was interesting to me in watching them compete. It's Kona Panis finding some trouble on the green of hole number 16. This is her par putt. So Kona not making any moves, missed opportunity there, but again, similar with Valerie, who's in for par on 15. No harm done, truly.
To be fair to Kona there, I'm guessing that her birdie putt was lined up with one of those giant mature trees and that she really had a hard time seeing the basket from that position.
A moment ago, we saw Kona's drive on 16. We saw the results, but here was her birdie attempt. So, no, an opportunity there for sure, but just unable to connect. Lots of missed opportunities in recent holes. But one thing that stuck out to me, Juliana, about 15 was just Valerie was setting the pace, and she was really doing well. And then Missy was having to match. And now Missy goes ahead and makes her putt. Valerie misses her putt. So it just shows from tee to green, Missy is hanging in there. That's not her strength as opposed to Valerie's. But then finishing the hole plays right into Missy's game. So if you want to best her, it needs to be done on the fairway and not on the putting green.
Missy seems to be displaying a nice, calm demeanor, and she doesn't seem to be pushing at all. She's just trying to stay safe, and she's doing a great job of it.
Well, Kona Panis moving up 3 spots, sitting in 3rd. She's been sitting there for quite a while, and what's holding her back is just that circle 1 putting. Miss Kona Panis has 95% in the fairway, but she's missed 6 putts within the circle for whatever reason for birdie. So our lead card makes their way over to hole 16's tee. It's a 342 foot par 3, and Haley King is going to lead us off. Well, Haley King really has turned things around in her last 4 holes. She has 3 birdies, and if you remember on hole 10, she had the double bogey 7, or the triple bogey 7, and then followed that up with the bogey. So anything can happen here. She's not necessarily out of it because the tough holes are ahead, but leading things off feels pretty good.
Well, we see that she still seems to be attacking the holes. She's still trying to push forward, and this is definitely a hole that she can reach. So let's see how she does.
Opting for the backhand.
That seemed to be more aggressive than necessary. She had that very high, caught the limbs, and fell down short.
Missy Gannon coming off of her birdie on 15.
There is a hazard line along the right-hand side.
Excellent fade. Well done from Missy. A little far, but she'll be in the circle.
A little too low.
Valerie lining up her backhand. Good follow through. Just needs good flight from the disc. And Sarah Holcomb on the infamous hole 17 with her drive. Just hanging it out to the right side of the green, landing it nice and safe. She's got a birdie look from here, but that wind is ripping. And She'll play it out safely for par. Missy Gannon putting for birdie from inside the circle. Valerie Mandajano putting for birdie from circle 2. It looked like Valerie's disc just carried further away from the basket than she wanted, but as you said, Juliana, the trouble is when it hangs on to that straight glide too much, it can go into the hazard.
Yeah, I think I liked Valerie's strength on that shot. I think she was just erring a little bit, maybe not consciously, maybe subconsciously erring a little bit to the left-hand side so that there was no chance that she would go over the hazard.
Scoggins comes up short again on the fairway, but shows her strength and her power. Haley King is coming off back-to-back birdies, so Haley all gas, no brakes King. Wouldn't surprise me if she was running this one. Looks like a bit of a run there. Valerie does have a clear line to the basket. We saw Kona with a similar angle. Missy taking her time there. Coming up short as well. So far, no stroke swings happening on hole number 16. Everyone is set up for par. Nice putt from Haley.
Everybody in for their par.
Kona Panis has made her way over to hole number 17. She's lining up her drive. Nice forehand there from Panis. She's going to be looking to capitalize on that wide part of the fairway. Great shot, nice and safe. Strong winds coming off, and our lead card is now going to take the long walk over to hole 17.
There's definitely the little bit of panic when you walk to 17. You're like, is there going to be a headwind? Is there a crosswind? Where do I want to land? What's the pin position? Is it? So there's so much to think about, and I think that's what makes it so hard.
During my practice round today, we were walking that walk. I was like, this is the walk. So, I mean, like, I was already thinking about it.
you know, the whole entire round could pretty much end on that hole. And that's crazy that you could shoot, like, let's say 3 or 4 down and be like, dang, I'm shooting a hot round, and walk to 17 and be like, oh gosh, like anything can happen.
Anything can happen. That is the sentiment here at Winthrop Arena, as Missy Gannon in the lead today with 3 under par. Valerie Mandajano close behind, and Kona Panis safe on the green of 17 and close behind them. Anything can happen here on hole 17, Juliana.
Hole 17 plays as the second most difficult hole on the course, only bested by hole 18, which plays as the most difficult hole in the course. So we really leave these players with the biggest challenges at the end of the round.
Well, both Kona and Sarah Holcomb have been making a push for the lead and top positioning today. Sarah Holcomb walking away from 17 with a par, and Kona setting herself up to do the same. Here's Deanne Carey. Deanne coming up short a few times off of the tee. Just proving how punishing hole 17 can be. Cat Merch has good height there, but not enough power. And those hay bales come into play too often on the putting green here as Macy Veladiaz lines up her par putt.
One characteristic specific to this hole is that if you do end up over the hay bales outside of the island green, you must either rethrow from your previous lie or go to the drop zone on the island green.
Kona Panis not taking a stroke through a birdie, but a potential to take a stroke by just earning a par. As our lead card prepares to tee on hole 17. Juliana, what are they up against here?
Hole 17, this is 254 feet. It's a par 3. There's 12 feet of elevation loss. This infamous hole provides plenty of challenge despite its short distance. It's an island green. Disc must land inside of the hay bales to be in bounds. If a disc lands inside of the hay bales and then skips into the water, that doesn't count. You still have to go to the drop zone. If you miss from the drop zone, then there is another drop zone inside of the island green. This hole has provided many challenges for players in past years.
The expression on Haley King's face. The wind is going to carry that shot away a little bit further away from the basket than she probably would have hoped, but she's safe all the same. Missy Gannon stepping up with a little bit of a more determined facial expression there. And a different style disc. Haley opting for a slow putter approach. Missy with more of a driver.
Looked like she turned that over. I'm not sure that's going to come back.
It's going to be too far. And the wind is ripping here on hole 17. Missy opening the door here on hole 17. And a great scenic of Owen Scoggins' drive. Perfectly executed for Owen, really well done. And that's a great viewpoint of just how tight that green is.
Valerie had a near perfect shot on this yesterday.
It's low, needs to just OB. And these are huge mistakes. And they're all too common for hole 17. Valerie is now opening the door for Kona, and Kona is sitting on the tee of 18 comfortably with a par. And we said earlier, she didn't take any strokes with a birdie, but she had an opportunity to do so with a par. And here she is. Kona Panis with a clean round, 3 under par so far.
Missy has had trouble on this hole on both the first and the second round. She carded a triple bogey. That looks low. Oh, thank goodness.
Will carry nice and safe, but it's nowhere near the basket, so she's looking to take a big number here should she run that putt and or even lay up. Oh, Valerie coming short of the basket, getting much more aggressive. And a heartbreaking moment for Valerie Mandujano, but a great moment for Haley King. An emotional roller coaster on 17. Haley putting for birdie from circle 2. And Valerie unable to find the green so far. And what a tight green it is. Valerie will proceed to another drop zone. She'll have an opportunity for double bogey from circle 2. She's not taking any strokes on Missy. Fortunately, she's going to fall down the leaderboard after that, but Missy Gannon for bogey from circle 2. Wow. Missy Gannon in the basket from 60 feet. Incredibly well done from Missy. Okay, maybe closer than 60 feet, but it feels like that.
Well, also there's OB 5 feet behind the basket, and if she does go OB, she can't just pull it right back in. She has to re-shoot from that position.
Putting the pressure on Haley there. Coming up short on her birdie putt. She'll have to settle for par. And Scoggins coming up short as well. Not a great putting day for Owen.
Do I get a meter off of this?
Valerie Mandujano putting for triple bogey. feeling elite professionals everywhere know all too well just how punishing hole 17 can be at Winthrop. Owen Scoggins in for par after a great drive, and Haley King with the same. So Missy Gannon with a 2-stroke lead heading into 18, and it's all thanks to the bandage she put on this wound. A 38-footer for Missy Gannon. She surprised herself. An incredible show from Missy Gannon so far as our lead card makes their way over to hole 18. Juliana, what is to be expected here?
What is to be expected? That's a good question. This is a 647-foot par 5. This is such a difficult hole. The slope of the landing zone, it makes it so hard to stay inbounds.
And this is Sarah Holcomb with her second throw, and she will receive a green flag, but come very closely, as you were saying.
I think the second shot on this hole is even more difficult than the first shot because it is blind. It is blind both left and right because the basket is tucked off to the left-hand side, but it is also blind because of the slope upward. And so not only can you not see the basket, but you can't see the OB line that you're trying to stay in between.
Missy Gannon, our leader, at 2 under par, but Kona Panis putting on quite a show, 3 under for the round, moving up 4 spots and currently tied for second. She heard Missy Gannon's big putt go in. Here she is on 18.
Beautiful play.
Lots of pressure for Kona, but she's been in these situations before. She got her pro career started back in 2017 and recently took down her biggest Elite Series event, the Waco Charity Open in Texas. It was one of those courses you have to keep it in bounds. It was very windy for that event. There was wooded holes, lots of putting, and
she won that one by a very large margin.
She did, and it was because of her fairway control, and we're seeing that again today. She's worked herself up into second, 95% fairway hits, and she can keep a clean scorecard, finishing up on 18. Then just gonna be there for if Missy falls off at all on hole 18. Sarah Holcomb on the fairway of 18. We saw her second shot. This is her third. Hole 18 is a par 5, so see how aggressive she chooses to get from here. Backhand, nice and controlled. That is absolutely excellent.
That's exactly what she wants to do from there.
So should Sarah Holcomb go on to make that birdie putt from inside the circle, she'll move her scorecard to even, which is currently tied with Kona. Kona, of course, has a few throws rather ahead of her on 18 before she can wrap up her event. But so far, both competitors are doing exactly what they need to do. They're moving and they're birdieing.
Then it will all come down to what Missy can do on hole 18, our hardest hole on the course. In previous rounds, Missy has carded 2 pars and 1 birdie on this hole.
Katrina Allen with a difficult putt from there. This will be her birdie putt from the edge of the circle. Oh, what a great way to finish the event. Katrina Allen in for birdie on 18. Nicely done. And Sarah Holcomb with her birdie putt. And with that, Sarah Holcomb moves up to tied for second for the time being, shooting a hot 5 down for the round. 1 bogey and 1 OB on the same hole. That was hole number 13. This is Sarah Holcomb's 13th year competing in Elite Series events and touring, so plenty of experience to rely on throughout Winthrop, but she should be proud of her performance, and let's see how she finishes out. Haley King has gotten a handful of birdies since her double and single bogey, but it's not enough so far with the hot rounds that are coming in to move her back up and into a podium finish. Haley need to get a birdie on 18 to potentially grab a third over Owen Scoggins. Both competitors are tied right now. Cat Merge, always with the best reactions. She finds herself safe after her second shot on 18.
Once again, our lead card is forced to sit and wait for a number of minutes before they're able to tee on hole 18.
Definitely an interruption in momentum, and with that, an opportunity to really think about the difficulties ahead. Does the fairway get smaller the longer you wait, Juliana?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it does.
Macy Villadiaz with a great second shot, but unfortunately she will find the out of bounds. I really liked the angle she put on that, just a little too much.
Good safe shot.
Keeping it nice and clean on hole 18's fairway. She's in striking position. A birdie from Kona here would bring her to 1 under par for the round and would really put some pressure on Missy Gannon if Missy makes any mistakes, takes anything worse than par. She'll be in a tie with Kona, so in true Winthrop fashion, it's not over until it's over.
If Missy stays true to form, she is not looking at the scores, but her caddy is.
That is settling beautifully. Oh, she'll be able to take relief from there, but she is in bounds. What a relief that is. Whenever you're watching the spotter, continue to look down towards the OB and your disc is traveling that way. It can give you a little bit of a scare, but no problem for Deanne Carey. And with these final approach shots, our lead card will be taking the tee momentarily. It's a heartbreaking performance on hole 17 for Mandahano. Really takes her out of contention for the win. She's now tied with Haley King and Owen Scoggins. It's her sister Alexis, touring partner and practice partner. They rely heavily on each other throughout times like this, so I know they're probably analyzing her round already and talking about what she can improve for next year.
It's a very important shot for Kona.
Good positioning there. She'll have a decision to make. This is a tough green, but she's not looking at the water. She got far down and she can take relief from that OB line. Unfortunately, there is that tree to contend with. And
I don't think there's a hard decision. I think she has to go for that putt.
Take it from the 5-time world champion herself. Juliana says, go for it, Kona. Haley King gets herself onto the fairway of 18. Wind is going to push Owen's disc into the LB. And our leader, Missy Gannon, takes the box of 18 with 2 strokes ahead of the field. Great wind read there from Missy. That left to right's going to want to push her disc down, so she trusts it a little bit high. That carries nicely onto the fairway. Another great shot from Valerie Mandahano. Valerie coming up short off the tee on 18 yesterday. So far, she's put herself in a good position. This was such an important drive from Missy. She's got plenty of fairway ahead of her, but getting this much behind her is vitally important to her success on 18.
Great edge control. Everything looked good with that shot.
Taking extra time on 18. There's beautiful form and follow through from Gannon. Here's Kona lining up her birdie putt from circle 1. Kona's currently in second. Looking to get a stroke back and put some pressure on Missy Gannon.
She's significantly below the basket here. This is going to take a good amount of power to get it up over the rim.
I liked the height. There was wind coming off, so she judged that, thinking it would carry down a bit more, but it's a big missed opportunity for Kona. And she knows it.
There's no shame taking a 5 on hole 18, but I think she was hoping that that was her opportunity to potentially push for a tie.
Cat Merch in the basket for par. Great putt from her. Now Kona with a little bit of a stressful putt. This is for par. Well done, and a round to be proud of. Kona Panis, 3 under par, finishing 4 spots higher. So far, she's in second place. She needed this putt to put pressure on Missy Gannon. Missy currently with a 2-stroke lead. She just comes up too high, and Kona, she knew it.
Gives Missy a little bit of breathing room as she finishes out this very difficult hole.
Valerie with her second shot on 18. Nicely done for Mandahano. Haley and Valerie currently competing for 3rd place as Ona's found her way off the fairway and onto the OB. With that added stroke, I think it's going to take her out of contention. Sarah Hokum currently sitting in 3rd, but she might not be alone after the close of 18. Strong approach from Haley.
Great edge control, very aggressive play. Well done.
And our leader, Missy Gannon, on the fairway after 1. The 2-stroke lead. She has found success on this hole before. Just fine, keeping it nice and between the lines. And she's halfway there on hole 18. And Juliana, hole 18, every shot has its own set of obstacles. Why is that so apparent on this hole?
I think it's the topography of the land. You've got slope, you've got multiple slopes to contend with. You've got the right to left, which is obvious, but you also have the up and down. So from where the landing zone is on the first shot, you are throwing up over the rim, I guess, of the apex of that hole. And so you cannot see the OB lines. So you need to control the landing angle of your disc in an area that you can't see.
Perfectly said, and Missy Gannon is going to be faced with that. Should she choose to get aggressive here, she does have a two-stroke lead, but it is a par 5, so she wants to get into the circle on this shot. It's got good power. Wow,
that is so
really
well
done.
She does not have to make that putt. She can lay that putt under the basket and win this event.
This is Owen Scoggins' 4th shot. Wow, excellent shot from Owen, making it look too easy for us at home. And Missy Gannon finding success on the fairway of 18, keeping it in bounds. Incredible composure and control. Valerie Mandujano with her 3rd. Really relying on that ground play. Wow, perfectly done for Mandujano. Here's Haley King. Find herself inside circle 1, putting for birdie as well. She won her last Elite Series event in dramatic fashion with a big putt, but Juliana, you said she doesn't have to make this, and looks like she's not going to try it. Missy Gannon under the basket.
That's a putt that's normally easy for her, but I'm so happy to see her just putting it under the basket because so many things can happen on this green.
Owen Scoggins for par. A great finishing putt for Owen. Owen had a great event. Valerie Mandujano looking for a birdie on the green of 18. Nicely done. That'll move Valerie up into tied for 3rd with Sarah Holcomb and Haley King. And our 2021 Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Champion, Missy Gannon.
You want to grab it?
No.
Congratulations, first and foremost.
Thank you.
Roller coaster of emotions throughout the day, throughout the weekend. Walk us through what you were feeling out here today.
You know, I was pretty level. I was just out here trying to have fun. I had awesome card mates, which always helps. And yeah, just trying to keep everything cool and calm. And I think I did that for the most part.
What also helps is your C1X putting, almost flawless throughout the entire weekend. How do you line up for such pressure-filled putts and then always convert?
I just know that that's my strength, and so I don't think about what it's for. I'm just like, this is what I do, and I just have to make it no matter what it's for. So it's just, I just try not to put pressure on myself, and I just make the putt. Easier said than done.
At the end of the Match Play Championships, you told some others that this is the most confident you've ever felt. What does that mean for the rest of the FPO division, and what does that mean for next week?
I mean, yeah, I know I can do this consistently. It's just I sometimes have some bad rounds, but you know, if my putt's on and I'm getting clean off the tee, then it's pretty much you know, I'm going for the win. So yeah, I mean, I just hope to keep doing it, and hopefully this is good momentum going into the Pro Tour Championships.
We have one more big event, the Pro Tour Championships. But just for a moment, reflect on this banner year you've had. You've taken down your biggest events ever, your largest paychecks ever, including today. Reflect a little bit on these last few months.
I mean, it's incredible. I knew I had it in me, and I'm just so happy that I finally felt like I was putting you know, a consistent year together, and I'm so confident in my discs, and my sponsors are amazing, and it's just a nice combination of so many things that just has helped me get to this point and play the way I've been playing.
You've had so much support, as you've said. Please go ahead and say anything to all the viewers and fans at home, all the new fans that we've seen from Missy Gannon in these last couple of years. Address everyone out there.
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much. The fans are amazing. We had such a huge gallery out there today. It was so cool. Multiple cards had galleries, so that was amazing. And yeah, I just want to thank my sponsors, Discraft, OTB Discs, Grip Equipment, and Whale Sacks. You know, I couldn't do it without all of you. My caddy, Tom, I love you so much. You're just the best, and my friends and fans, thank you guys.
Your Throw Pink Women's Champion, Missy Gannon.
Well, we want to thank you all for watching. There will be more analysis of the lead card round from Juliana Korver and I after this commercial break. We hope you join us.
You are 332 feet from the basket. You are 270 feet from the basket.
I know that this is a lot of ladies' first tournaments. So many new female players. Bigger women's divisions, more women's divisions. We're all coming out here to do it together, and that's what's pretty cool. The sport's just growing, and it's exciting to see.
At Earth Fair, we don't carry any food that's bad for you. So you could shop here blindfolded, knowing that everything is 100% clean and good for you. In fact, we carefully select everything in the store as if your life depends on it. Because it does.
There are now 94 members of the Disc Golf Hall of Fame.
The Disc Golf Hall of Fame is a nonprofit international organization that promotes the highest and best aspects of the sport of disc golf in such a way as to educate and motivate the disc golf community and others to strive to give their best through volunteerism, charitable works, encouragement, and a dedication to helping others and connecting generations through the expansion of the sport of disc golf and the disc golf community by honoring, preserving, and sharing the history of the sport's most respected contributors worldwide.
Well, we've talked endlessly about the history of Winthrop, and a few pros are getting their name written into the history books via the Hall of Fame. That induction ceremony will be available to all Disc Golf Network subscribers at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we hope you'll check it out. One competitor starting her career, Missy Gannon, taking down her second Elite Series event this year. Juliana, what can that mean, especially given the stage like Winthrop, to be able to do that?
You know, I do think that there is a little bit more weight placed on this particular venue. So I think not only does it solidify her confidence in the fact that she is among the best players in the world, I think that it's going to broaden her appeal to the audience as well, as this is going to be remembered.
Well, Missy Gannon didn't go down without a few bogeys and a few OBs. She took 12 for the event. So for those of you coming up in the ranks, her success wasn't without a little bit of a challenge. Missy Gannon coming out onto the fairway stronger than ever, but most of her strokes were gained on the circle one putting. Missy Gannon, of course, proving to be completely accurate, but keeping it in control. She had just a great performance out here at Winthrop.
She controlled her lines really, really well today. Here's an example of just that. There's OB all over the place, and she threw slower discs that didn't have as much skip, and she kept them in bounds.
And here's the fabulous putting that we saw from Missy. She would go on to finish the event at 81% in the circle, fourth in fairway hits at 83%, and that was maybe one of the winning putts of the tournament.
Missy never seemed to falter. She stayed calm despite having a few hiccups here and there, but she really forced the rest of the field to come up and beat her, and they did not.
Again, just more amazing putts from Missy Gannon. She would go on to complete round 3 with only one bogey on the day and no OBs, and even after carding a OB later in the final round on hole 17, she'd make that bogey save putt. Flawless and fearless on hole 18. Not easily done.
It is definitely not easy to play 18 flawlessly. 18 is the hardest hole on the course, and there are so many things that you need to contend with.
Well, overall, putting was the least of her worries. We didn't know if she was going to run it there, but luckily gave herself the easiest look for the win. Missy Gannon taking down the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championships. Really incredible stuff from her, and she said it would feel like a major win given the circumstances. Do you think that given what you've seen out of Missy, she has a chance to take down a major in 2022.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely she does. She is one of the best putters out there, and she has such great control, and she's proven twice now this year that she can beat the rest of the division.
Well, we were so honored to be the hostesses of the event this year, and thank you so much for listening. Juliana, thank you for giving us your insight all week in the booth. It's
my pleasure.
Such an honor for us to be able to do this, and we got to see so much fabulous women's disc golf. Again, if you'd like to continue and follow the storylines that these women have presented for us, watch the Tour Championships next week. It's taking place in Charlotte, and that coverage will start October 14th. It'll be Thursday through Sunday. Juliana, on behalf of you and on behalf of me and all of us here at the Disc Golf Network, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.